Aussie.
And there we go for a Saturday night live stream. I've been thinking just as that intro music was playing, there's so many Saturday night songs. Of course, because Saturday night, it's the big going out night. He said while staying at home for the 100th. No, actually, I do go out every second Saturday night. What am I talking about? Date night, but it's not date night tonight. So I'm on the stream and gonna hang out for who knows how long. Tomorrow's not a school day, as the saying goes. So might hang around for a while. We'll see how I go. And hello, Toby. And I washed my hair today, so it's all floppy. So it's going to be annoying me. I didn't put any product in. So it's probably going to be annoying me the whole stream. C'est la vie, that's how it is. Just think I could get a mullet, like if I cut the sides short. I think it's long enough at the back. It's not a long mullet, but I think it's long enough at the back to qualify as a mullet. Hello, Abigail. How are you this evening? Toby, I have a couple of different products. One that the guy who cuts my hair recommended last time I got a haircut is actually powder. It's this really weird stuff, little thing, and it's powder. And I haven't used it much, but it's a very stiff hold thing. So if I put this powder through there, it's very stiff hold. Yeah, that's a fair call, Abigail. Friends don't let friends get a mullet. Not even ironically. So I shan't be getting a mullet, but probably still growing my hair for a while. I'll get a trim every now and then, but unless I change my mind, will probably continue to get a bit longer this year. Of course, I had the COVID was like my impetus for not cutting my hair and not coloring my hair. So it's like May last year was the last time before all the lockdowns I had a haircut, and that's where everything shut after that. But then everything was open again late last year, and I could have got a haircut then, but I got a haircut last month, which was the first one since May last year. So I may get my hair attended to a little more regularly then. So your son has a mullet. You think it's awful, but he likes it. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's going to be a source of tension on the home front. Poor haircut choices like a mullet. Yeah. It's weird how they go. But I mean, just tell you if you want, like, look up those 70s mullets. Those aren't back in fashion. Just huge bouffant mullets with absolutely enormous moustaches as well. That's the sort of thing someone only does ironically now. You do get people with unironic mullets these days, which is a bit weird, in all honesty. The closest I came to a mullet, I think, is what we'd call a faux hawk. My hair had gotten reasonably long, and then I cut it short on top and actually shaved the sides. And it was still a bit long at the back. So sort of qualified as a faux hawk, I guess. It's not a really harsh one. You get that haircut that some Western Suburbs Lebanese lads seem to like. It's this really sort of harsh mullet with shaved, squared off, shaved bit here and short here and a long mullet. But anyway, hello, Mega Leech, by the way, talking mullets. And the horror that they present, really, just mullets. What are they about, really? That's a troubling thing. The story of the mullet. I mean, being sort of post-punk 80s a kid, 80s young adult, and we made fun of the 70s hair so much. Oh, Toby, you have luxurious long hair. You've only had 2 trims in the last 12 years. Well, you have pretty spectacularly luxurious long hair, Toby. You've earned that over the years by growing it out. I don't think I'd ever get my hair as long as yours, but, who knows what it's going to do. Prior to COVID, I wouldn't have really bet I was going to let my hair grow like this, but then that happened. So who knows? Who knows what will happen in the future? And hello, Lee. So AD might join us tonight. I talked to him today, and he said he wanted to join us. So I sent him the link before I came on. But given that he's in hospital, any number of things could interfere with his ability to join the stream, but we'll see. And if I go long, he might join us later. Oh, no, that's okay, Abigail. Anyone who's in the stream last night might have seen Abigail and I talking about potentially coming over to do the stream from here, and it didn't work out tonight. So, c'est la vie, as the French are fond of saying, but we might do it again sometime soon. We shall see. Que sera, sera, as the saying goes. I've actually got a YouTube friend coming over tomorrow to do a collab video. So I'm going to make some the same cocktails, a very simple cocktail like a daiquiri, but make a few versions of it. And the only difference is going to be different sugar syrups. And I want to get her rating of how different the sugar syrups make the different daiquiris, and how rate them out of 10, which one's the best. Look, speaking of being rated out of 10, though,
I can't hear a bloody thing.
It's AZ.
How you going?
I can hear you.
Oh yeah.
Can you hear me?
Figure out of one ear. There you go.
All right.
Protest, and I've come to complain.
About what in particular?
I am going. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, you got things attached to you. You got things
I've
attached.
I've got more things attached to me than a dog with fleas.
Oh my God.
Than a cow with ticks. Than a politician or a liberal politician with corruption. I am going to get more things attached to me in a minute.
Oh, good Lord.
And I am going to get treated poorly.
Oh, no.
By staff, qualified staff, who aren't.
Yeah.
You notice I'm looking out there every now and again because I'm waiting for me to show up. And I wanted to say I was sorry about not showing up yesterday. They had me fucking going until 10:30, and I was going, are you fucking kidding me? And I tried to find a link, right? Because I hadn't told you I was coming, right? So you didn't know I was coming. And I tried to find a link, and there was none to be had. And I called up several people, and they said, well, forget it. And then, I just spent the night masturbating.
That's
fruitlessly, fair. I might add.
Oh, no.
Edging is not masturbating. And I suppose it is, isn't it, really? And some people get into it. I mean, they call them goonabators. I'm not a goonabator. You know,
Okay.
I like the journey, but I like the destination. Um, Anywho, I'm stuck watching Knights of Sidonia,
Aha.
episode Course, where Samugi proves that she's truly a crew member.
No.
And I hope to fuck that I see you soon. In the meantime, love you.
All right.
And what?
No. I said all right.
Oh, right. Because I thought it might have been a because I'm head up. I'm ready for a blue. I'm ready to punch on. I almost caused 4 code grows today.
No.
Somebody came around and shut my door and curtain. I went, please don't do that. And they said, oh, we just don't. You just don't want anyone looking at you while they're walking past. And in my head, I'm going, I fucking like people looking at me as they're walking past.
Yeah.
And so I said, no, I'm really claustrophobic if you open up everything. And she left the fucking door half closed and the fucking curtains half closed. So I had to get out of my sick bed and hobble. I'll show you some of the equipment. See, can you see that?
Yeah, stuff you're
Right,
attached
that's
to.
not
Yeah.
right. And
Yeah.
I've just turned the garbage bin over. I've got to fix that now.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's just rolled away from me, so I've got to fix that now.
Got to maintain hospital decorum.
Okay.
Doesn't want to be a troublemaker.
Right. So I've had to get up out of my sick bed and open everything up. And then I realised what it was because I'm sitting in my bed in my 2 gowns. I'm not allowed to wear just one gown anymore. You know how I wear one gown and you can see my bum?
Yes.
That's no longer on. I've got to wear one that doesn't show my front and one the wrong way around that covers my bum. I think I have a good bum, and I'd like a straw poll done by the viewers saying, Aidsy's bum, suitable for viewing or not? And when I come back, because I have to fucking go now, I'd like you to tell me, not them, because that'll hurt me. I'll feel bad in the feelings. I'd like you to tell me if it's okay. No, if Aidsy's bum is suitable for viewing. Beyond that, it's Knights of Sidonia for me. I don't know when the fuck I'll be back, but I've got a link, so now I can get in whenever. That makes me happy in the feelings. Boss of the house came around yesterday to the hospital with really good news, and I killed his buzz.
Oh no.
What a dickhead. Him, not me. I do nothing wrong. And I'm not Indigenous. And I'm white. And other lies. What a fuck. So I've been trying to get in the good books all day. And I rang him up like 5 times, and I got the message. This line is busy. Right? The line is never busy. Okay.
Yeah.
The guy doesn't talk to people on the phone. The guy texts people because he's that age. Have you noticed people of that age don't talk on the phone because it's too intrusive?
Yes. Which is actually,
fuck.
I don't know. I quite like it. I quite like the idea of I'm not demanding to insert myself into someone's life. I'm going to give them a passive thing first to say, hey, is it okay if I call you? Having said that, I just call people because that's my generation.
Yeah, I just call people and fucking when you text, and I said, what is it with the text? Oh, you can ignore it and come back to it. It's like, well, I need to communicate with you now not in 6 fucking hours when you feel like it and have come out of your safe space, you fucking wanker. Though I get that people can't deal with people. I have often been in that situation. Today, I was in a situation where I was waiting for pain-killing drugs. And I said, "Oh, can you give me my pain-killing drugs?" And they said, "Yeah, the computer says in 5 minutes." And I go, "I'll see you in 5 minutes." 2 hours later,
Yeah.
no shit. 2 hours later, they show up. And I'm going, I'm kind of bleeding from the leg holes. Could you maybe, And the doctors have come around and said, how are you going up the stairs? And I was going, shit house. Because every time I try it, the physios go, you're not getting out of hospital. And I go, yep. Because everyone thinks I like being in a hospital, and it's like, no, you've got the wrong idea there. You've failed to see that there's no routing proper drugs or doing what I want when I like. At my house, it's not lights out at 9 o'clock. Though it is lately, because boss of the house has got to get up at 5 to go to work. So it is lights out at 5 o'clock. But you know what I mean. I'm allowed to have crumpets on toast with cheese and sauce. They don't do that here. Oh, and the ward I'm in, the unit I'm in, they don't give you a menu. You get fucking random dinner and random lunch. And one of the random lunches I got was boiled fish bits with boiled fish slab that the juice runs into unboiled cauliflower and fucking broccoli. No, not broccoli. Yeah, broccoli. And which fish and veggies. How cool is that? And peas. And I like peas. Peas and me, I like that. I do that with one hand, but I can't. And fuck the peas. How can you fuck peas? South Australians mush peas and put a pie in it, and it's still very cool. It's about the only cool thing that South Australians do, except for export musicians. It's like Western Australia. They export artists and musicians. Yeah, and they're really good. Like New Zealand, they export art. Peter Jackson, Crowded House, and also Split Ends before Crowded House. And I love the fact that Peter Jackson, every time he updates his computer, which is regularly for Weta, because Weta competes with Pixar for best, just best effects and best digital animation. How would you be having the balls to turn around and say, I'm competing with Pixar for the best digital animation there is? You'd have to go, I can't fit through this door because my balls are so fucking big. I've got to push one through first and then drag the other one through with hooks. When he's finished with his computers and they're out of date, like a laptop, these things fill rooms, dude. This is the computing power he uses. He donates them to unis. He goes
and libraries and unis. Way back to Lord of the Rings. I love the extra features on the Lord of the Rings DVDs that I still have. But what's mostly funny is they've got this wall of computers, and he goes, "That's 2 terabytes of storage there." I bought a 4 terabyte drive the other day that was this big and cost $100. And this is a wall. It's a whole wall, and it's just like
he just rocks up to unis and libraries and goes, Yeah, I'm out of date.
Yeah.
And kids out of date is my in 10 years I can buy, right?
Yeah.
And it says you can have, I mean, it won't do much except for astronomy and protein untangling. But, it's yours if you want it. And
Yeah.
universities go, oh, this stain in my pants is not semen because I've just
Yeah.
jizzed.
Yeah.
It's the stain of thanks.
Yes.
And yes,
It's a
please, we
thank
would
you
like your
stain.
computer.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and one of the libraries turned his computer into a metal making 3D
3D printer.
printer. Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's like the size, it's like a cubic meter. So you can make things that are slightly less than a cubic meter out of metal with this 3D
Yes.
printer.
You do get some very big 3D printers. Like your home ones, the box is about this big that you can do it in. But some of the industrial ones, I have to admit, I want to get one of the ones that will build stuff out of sugar and chocolate. You just get some awesome 3D design.
Yeah.
And then it makes you a lolly version of that.
Yeah.
That uses a powdered sugar and, of course, powdered chocolate. And what are you wrestling with?
It's the biscuits they give you with.
Oh my God, you've been defeated by biscuits. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's Hey kids, never get arthritis.
No.
Because
Bad deal. Bad deal.
And no one can see chronic pain.
Yeah.
All I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, they decided
Yeah.
to bring down my pain meds on Monday. Because they're going, oh, we're really worried that you'll be addicted when you get out. And I'm going, I won't. And, because I've done that.
I'm going to say a few hellos. Rain just came in. Hello. I also think I didn't say hello to Silumi or Thane, who came in a little while ago. So hi to anyone I haven't said hello to while Aiden's struggling with his biscuits.
I'll struggle a bit more with my biscuits. You can say hi. In the meantime, I'm going to fuck off and watch Knights of Sidonia. And when I'm finished, I'll come back on and talk properly. I've also got bloodstains to get rid of.
Okay.
Because it's distressing the Clark staff and the other patients.
Yeah, you and your blood.
So we've got to redo my bed and redo my gowns and wash me.
Oh gosh.
Look at my shave.
Yeah, nice. That is a nice shave.
Straight razor.
Straight razor shave. Nice.
Yeah, and look at the cuts. Oh, there are none.
Well, we'll know you're really confident when you decide you're shaving your balls with a straight razor. So
shush. Shush. That's a project for next year.
Yeah, that's true confidence. That's true confidence when you do that.
I very nearly got my computer to do the macros that I was talking about last night.
Oh, yeah.
And the last line fucked up every time. And I was punch on. But life is good. I will get out of your way.
Alrighty.
Say hello to everyone.
I will.
I'll be back. I've got nothing to do later on, so I will be here late. Are we going late?
It's Saturday, so probably.
Okay, cool. All right. Love you guys. I'm going to leave, but I've still got a in, so I can use the same in.
Yeah. No. The link stays the same.
I love you guys, and I also want the audience to another straw poll say if it's worthwhile showing my dick. Okay, so
they can just go watch Code Grey if they want that. That's all. That is somehow never been censored. Your full frontal nudity in the name of art never got us censored on YouTube.
But if you sort of watch it right, which they do,
yeah,
and you also gave them
Options.
an options, right?
Yeah.
And that was a big deal even back then for YouTube. You didn't have to see the dick. You could always not see it. And so they couldn't say, oh, it's a terrible thing for children, because adults would go, yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're seeing the cat with juggling balls, or the picture. And that was a big deal. But the other thing about it is, if you watch it, it's actually educational. Because by the time we get up to showing the dick, we're starting to really talk about Medicare. And after that, we're purely talking about Medicare. And it's also part of the upward swing of the show, because it goes down, 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 and then he lives, he gets a little bit better, and then it just flies upward from there. So once because it gets red flagged, and they go, hang on, it's just strange structure, so humans watch it. And then when humans watch it, they go, well, fuck yeah, it's not, he's not fucking turkeys. I would, given the right amount of money and incentive, or just the incentive. If the viewers said, fuck a turkey, I'd do it. In Australia, it'd have to be a dead turkey, because we don't have live ones. Chickens, we have live ones. Horses are a bit big for me. I'd have to stand on a bucket. 2 buckets. Same with cows. Dolphins are way too aggressive. Not going to fuck a dolphin.
They are a bit.
I'm not going to fuck something with a 1 meter dick, because it's going to go, this is going up your bum. I'm going, oh, I don't think so. I don't need a colonoscopy. Pick an animal you'd like me to root. Find out if you think it's worthwhile showing my dick on camera, and think if it's worthwhile showing my bum. And I'll see you kids later. I love the shit out of you, and I really, really want to stay, but I'll be back later.
Alrighty. Oh, dear. Yes. No, I think we'll have no nudity from AIDS. I don't want my channel broken. Rain, my sleep study. Worst night's sleep I had in a very long time. I actually streamed a little bit from the hospital room for about 45 minutes. All these things on me. Three reasons I didn't get great sleep. The really obvious one is because I had like 15 sensors attached to various bits of me. But I still reckon I could have slept, except I should have taken my own pillow, because their pillows were fucked and they felt like rocks. And then there was this thing where there's a phone next to the bed, like a landline. And the nurse warned me and said spammers have somehow got, to dialing the things, and it'll wake you up. And there was a button on the side to switch it off. And I thought I did it, and I didn't, because the one point when I was getting some decent sleep, the fucking phone rang. And fuck me. So I had very poor sleep. I was a bit fucking tripped out the next day, and the next night I slept like a fucking rock. I just blacked out, just went to bed and blacked out, and got woken up by an alarm. And Raiders choking on ashes, and Alexander, hello. So I am hoping that I got enough sleep that they got the data they needed for the sleep study, because I'll kind of have the shits if they say, oh, we want you to do it again. But at least if I do it again, I'll know to take my own pillow and really fucking make sure the phone's switched off. Because I think I would have got an okay amount of sleep if not for those two things, the fucked pillow and the fucked phone. Again, not normal, because I tried to count them. There was like 15 or 16 sensors attached. There were a lot on my head. There was some on my legs. There's a pulse thing on my finger. There were a couple heart monitors here. So Abigail, blacking out's how you fall asleep every night, always tired. That's basically the only way AD sleeps. I don't think he sleeps in normal human terms. He just occasionally loses consciousness. Again, the chronic pain, which you can identify with Abigail. AD's got literally every joint in his body is fucked. So virtually any position is painful. And if he lucks into a position that's not painful and relaxes, then the tiniest movement triggers the pains again. So, yeah, I don't think he sleeps like a normal human. I think he just occasionally loses consciousness. And he may go several days with no proper sleep, and that's why he eventually loses consciousness. So that's that. So yes, we may or may not see him again this evening. There are a huge number of variables attached to the fact that he's in hospital. So we shan't try to predict anything anyway. So we'll see what comes out of his evening. In the meantime, we'll just like hang out and see what's what, and deal with the news of the world. I mean, is there any interesting news? Yes, an Australian died in India. Christ, what fucking caseload are they up to in India now? Yep, they're still getting over 400,000 cases a day. What a fucking nightmare. On this, they're still only recording 4,000 deaths a day. First up, I reckon, given the state that India's in at the moment, the actual cases are probably closer to 1 million a day. And the actual deaths are probably more like 10,000. And that's being conservative. It's a fucking nightmare unfolding there. But all right, so that's a channel name, is it, Ray? It is talking about the right to repair, MKBHD on YouTube. Okay. YouTube tech stuff. I was just watching cocktail videos tonight. Oh, and there was an interesting writer interview, one writer interviewing another, two American sci-fi writers, John Scalzi interviewing Cory Doctorow. Just a half-hour chat about their writing and stuff, and I like that sort of stuff occasionally. So I watched that a bit earlier. It's from some literary festival which was online. I'm saying, oh, Erica Betts doesn't have the top Senate spot and the Liberal Party's ticket. And I'm sure if he only moves to second, that doesn't really mean anything. Giant spider crawls all over 34-meter space antenna in Canberra. I'm sure it's not really a giant spider. Oh, God, there's some dumb as hell thing someone's serving, which I'm sure actually breaches responsible service of alcohol. Giant martini and a giant margarita. Actually, it's probably just all non-alcoholic content, because there are actually laws in Australia. I don't think you're allowed to have more than 3 shots of spirits in a cocktail. In a Deviant on Twitch, hello and good evening. Oh, wow, Rain, you were talking to someone from India a couple of weeks ago. Jesus, I don't blame people for panicking. It's a goddamn nightmare. It's horrifying. Okay, so saying right to repair not an issue. Raiders reckons unless you own a Telstra, Telstra, Tesla, iPhone, or John Deere tractor. I heard, and this came out in this conversation I was listening to, and hi, Safa, by the way, talking about there's a function on Teslas, apparently, if you default on your payments for the car, because I think you can only buy them direct from Tesla or lease them directly from Tesla, and if you default on the payments to the car, it will lock you out of the car and send a message to home base, like a GPS coordinate saying, this is where I am. And then a tow truck will come along, and the tow truck driver has some sort of device which then unlocks the car, and it'll drive up onto the back of the tow truck, which, okay, in and of itself, if you get into a lease or loan arrangement and default on payments, well, it's your fault if the car gets repossessed. But what he was bringing up is, as soon as you put a function like that into something, you are creating a backdoor for malicious actors to get into the system and fuck with it. It's like governments always want backdoors into things, and as soon as you do that, you've just made a massive vulnerability that bad actors are going to do their level best to take advantage of. Rain, your company's help desk is outsourced to India. Fairly common. Middle of a support call, Teprex started asking, have you heard about India? Oh, man, that must be so stressful for them. Lee, you got family in India, some who've died from COVID, and of course everyone's panicking. It's a fucking nightmare. Oh, Safa's going for some backdoor humor. I love it. I love a bit of backdoor humor. Yes, it's one of those unfortunate terms when you create a software or hardware-based system and you build something into the code that said, this is how someone, whether it's the manufacturer or the government, something that allows them access to the workings of the system and the ability to control the workings of the system, whether the user likes it or not. We call that a backdoor. And as soon as you introduce a backdoor, you are putting a security vulnerability. You are building in a security vulnerability. But yes, that is happening increasingly with a broader and broader range of products and technologies that manufacturers and or governments are building in stuff that will take control away from you, the owner of the product, which is fucked for a couple of reasons. But yeah, just from a security point of view, it's fucked. So. Well, that's interesting. I didn't hear that story, Safa. Telstra couldn't port over 42,000 numbers and got fined 1.5 million recently. And the reason they were having problems is because they'd outsourced it all to India, and the level of COVID in India disrupted services. Yep. I mean, honestly, see, people are so fucking bad at risk assessment, right? Everyone outsources tech support to India, okay? So, and they become 100% reliant on this outsourcing. And so, well, India has belligerent relations militarily, both with Pakistan and China. So, and sometimes the tensions escalate quite a bit. So essentially, there is a non-zero chance that your support center in India or Bangladesh or Pakistan is going to get fucking nuked It's not likely, and we hope it doesn't happen, but it is an absolutely real possibility. And if you go to any of these big corporates who've outsourced fucking everything to India and say, do you have a disaster recovery plan if your entire outsourced support literally disappears in an instant and it's absolutely unrecoverable? Do you have a disaster recovery plan, a business continuity plan that takes that into account? The answer will universally be no. And it's just fucking stupid. COVID showed us how bad outsourcing of manufacturing is, showed us how bad outsourcing of support stuff is, that it's sort of vital to the economic and biosecurity of the country to have as much of that local as possible. And it's just not going to happen because we've had this bullshit since the 80s that outsourcing is magic and saves, and it doesn't even save money. There's so much overhead that goes with outsourcing. It doesn't even save money, but you can create the illusion on paper with your accounting jiggery pokery that it's saving you money, because you go like, oh, if we had a support thing in here, we'd have to pay them all a full-time wage and it'd be this many $1 million. But when we outsourced it to India with the contract, it was only half that. And it's like, well, great. But you've lost quality control, you've introduced security risks, and you've introduced so much overhead in what the rest of your staff have to do to interact with your outsourced, offshored support, that you're not actually saving money, but you can hide it. You can fucking hide it. And because you show your accounting thing like, oh no, if we were doing the support internally, we'd have to pay this many $1 million in salary. But because we outsourced it, we're only paying half that. Therefore, it's brilliant. And it's fucking not. It absolutely is not. Raiders, imagine the boom in the Aussie car industry would have received if Scummer didn't shut down. Yeah. I mean, the loss of a manufacturing base is just critical. It's just fucking ridiculous. There we go. You're saying outsourcing can be easier if your company doesn't have knowledge or infrastructure. But support should never be outsourced. But support's the first thing they outsource. Support is absolutely the first thing they outsource and offshore. It's ridiculous. And it causes so many problems. And yeah, Matt, RAP, Commodores, Falcons, just the absolute. And there's that symbolic thing of the extinction of the Holden brand after more than a century. And that's a symbolic thing, which I have no idea how that didn't crush the LNP. It just shows how biased the fucking media in this country is, that there wasn't just constant coverage of, I don't fucking believe they killed this iconic brand. That's just a psychological thing, but just the loss of the manufacturing expertise is such a problem. It's critically damaging to the economy. It's a major security risk for Australia to not be able to actually rely on local manufacturing. And again, we've seen with COVID, supply lines can be cut like that, like for so much. Fuel is a huge one. Supply lines for that can be cut just like that. And this was with no malice. I mean, it was just the pandemic no one had prepared for. There was, real concern for a while. So you can imagine if it's actually something malicious. and it's Jesus. It's just bloody hell. It's ridiculous. So, welcome. Rain, does anyone use a Dell? My work laptop is a Dell, actually. The one I'm on now is an HP. Yeah, Salumi, that's another one. The ship that blocked the Suez Canal fucked up international trade for a couple of weeks. One incident, single point of failure, caused so many problems. Yeah, Matt, I've got to rewatch Mad Max Fury Road just as a training video, really, be ready for the future. Oh, Rain, there's a big Dell security flaw, was there? Let me look it up. I want to look that up. Dell security flaw. What was a Dell security flaw? Security flaw from 2009. From 2009. Jesus Christ. Affects hundreds of millions of PCs. So, Dell's releasing a patch addressing multiple vulnerabilities. It's a driver that could be abused by an attacker to gain increased system privileges. Vulnerable driver first discovered by security research. Advised Dell in December 2020. The driver's been vulnerable since 2009, but there's no evidence that its flaws have been exploited in the wild. Well, that's something for me to talk about with the security team on Monday. What the fuck? So, yeah, because, the whole fleet at work are Dell laptops. So I'm going to have to find out if that patch has been deployed across the fleet. Yay, fucking fun and games. What are we going to do, eh? What are we going to do? It's redonkulous. But, where are we? So that was a good one. Thanks for sharing that, Rain, actually, because I had not heard that. And that would doubtless be a topic of conversation with the security team on Monday. The entire fleet of Dell laptops at risk, and have the people responsible for the IT pushed out an update. And what do people have to, because everyone's working from home. Oh yeah, sorry, Rain. It's it's worse. It gives someone privileged access, according to the thing. In computer terms, when someone has privileged access, that means they can do anything. And if someone has privileged access on your laptop and you have privileged access on your network, then they have privileged access on your network. So that will bypass any security you have on your network, because your laptop is a trusted device. Ye fucking ha. So, but it's interesting. They're saying there's no evidence this flaw has actually been exploited in the wild, as they say. So if you do the patches, at work, we don't have control over patches. There's this group that control the IT infrastructure, and they control when patches are sent. Get a little pop-up saying, hey, you need to restart your computer so this patch, and a lot of people don't do it. And you also have to, if you're working from home, like virtually everyone is, you have to have the Citrix thing working, which not everyone does. So there we go. Oh, nice. Raiders. For car manufacturing in Melbourne, Walkinshaw Engineering are bringing in left-hand drive US cars and converting them to right-hand drive. God damn. How dodgy is that? How good's their work? Because that's pretty significant. converting a left-hand drive car to a right-hand drive, that's a really significant bit of work. Not sure I'd trust it, honestly. But que sera, sera, as the saying goes. Whatever will be, will be. We'll see. So, all right. So that's a fun one with Dell. So yeah. So there's that. Looking, was there any? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. The Chinese space junk is gonna crash somewhere in the next 12 or so hours. Again, it's one of my favorite sayings: non-zero chance. Non-zero chance. It could hit a populated area in Australia or New Zealand. Apparently, it's one of the high-risk areas. You know, it's most likely to land in the ocean because most of the thing is ocean. And if it's land, it's most likely to not hit a populated area because most areas aren't populated. But this is a big fuck off piece of space junk is going to crash, and if it hit a populated area, that would be disastrous. So let's hope that it does. Geez, that'd wreck your Mother's Day, wouldn't it? If a fucking rocket smashed into your Mother's Day party. God damn. Yeah, that's right. Walkinshaw comes out of a racing team, doesn't it? Yeah. I remember back in the day, yeah, Raiders back in the 80s. I remember a Walkinshaw engineering coming out of racing. Because I was in Bathurst where they have the racetrack, so you'd always hear news about racing. Well, I'm just looking. It does seem good. Just a bunch of people dying. Bunch of people dying. We don't want that. Nice. Oh, wicked. South Carolina adds firing squad to execution methods after running out of lethal injection drugs. Because the lethal injection drugs aren't manufactured in the US, and none of the European makers will sell it to the US because they use it for executions. So they're reintroducing the firing squad. Excellent. Toronto Maple Leafer, hello. Hello to you. Right, as the Walkinshaw Commodore was unique. It had a bathtub on the boot lid. Oh, I remember that. I think, yes. Alexander, you want to go back to outsourcing? That's fine. You got to tell me if there's an electrical fault in your building, you have to call a support team in India who log the job. Oh my God. Yeah. I think the last execution by firing squad in the US was in the 70s. Oh my God. So Alexander, when you call, goes to India, then they contact Dundee, who call Energy Management in Nottingham to remote fix the problems. Again, outsourcing is dumb as fuck. John Maker Leafy, you're looking at the space junk too? Yeah, possibly. Well, it's just, it could land virtually fucking everywhere. Yes, I actually remember, Safa, the guy's name was Gary Gilmore, and I think he elected to be executed by firing squad. It's like they used to say the electric chair was humane because people being executed in an electric chair didn't scream. And it's because the electrical current locked up all their muscles and they couldn't. Let's not dwell too much on the horrors of executions, but yeah. As the time was, you could flick on a switch to turn the lights on. Now it's half-hour job. See, Choking on Ashes, we're the same vintage, we remember. Because that was pretty newsworthy, Gary Gilmore being executed by firing squad. Ooh, Japan's extending coronavirus emergency to Tokyo as Olympics loom. State of emergency, 3 areas to the end of May to stem a surge in coronavirus cases. Government hoped a short and powerful state of emergency would contain a 4th wave of infection, but new cases in major cities such as Tokyo and Osaka are still at high levels. So they're going to have a state of emergency till the end of May, leaving a margin of fewer than 2 months before the July 23rd start of the games, which were postponed from last year because of the pandemic. I mean, dude, Jesus, aren't the Japanese really efficient? I would imagine, I just have this vision of the Japanese rolling out a vaccine treatment really fast. All right. Anything else? So, what else? There's nothing else interesting, I don't think. What are we going to do? Some game stuff. I'm kind of bored. Oh, yeah. Have you noticed there's been this trend of women on dating sites when they match with someone famous, like some famous guy, and it's always older famous guys with much younger women, and the younger women release like some cringy video the famous person sent. That's become a real thing recently, which is weird. There was like Robert Downey Jr. and Matthew Perry and no, I don't think it was Robert Downey Jr. I think I've got some. But yeah, there's been like 3 of them. It's very weird. Oh my God, Sebastian Stan. There's going to be a series about Pamela Anderson and Tommy Lee. And Sebastian Stan, who's the Winter Soldier, Bucky, and he's going to be Tommy Lee. Good Lord. That's some fucking trivia right there. So I'm not seeing anything else. No. I was just looking for interesting news things. That's about it. Safa Clooney. He does seem to be a nice guy, so I'm not sure. Toronto Maple Leaf, your lockdown's supposed to end on 20th May. Still over 3,000 new cases a day in the province. Damn. Highly unlikely to end by the 20th. And you're glad, yeah. Well, that's how we got past it, by really strict lockdowns that stayed in place until we got the cases down to 0. Yes, Matt, that's an interesting fact, isn't it? Celebrities are just as cringe as the rest of us. Oh yeah, what Safa's referencing there, I don't know if anyone else has seen that, but Sebastian Stan, someone did Photoshop. They like a picture of like young Mark Hamill from the Star Wars movies, and then they just photoshopped Sebastian Stan's face onto there, and they're almost impossible to tell apart. So people are like, yeah, make some more young Luke Skywalker things and have Sebastian Stan play him, because they look the goddamn same. Safa, what's the difference between a province and a state? I don't know. Toronto Maple Leaf might answer. I think in Canada, a province is our equivalent of a state, but I'm not sure. But Toronto Maple Leaf might be able to answer that for us. Raiders Tommy Lee recently appeared on Steve-O's podcast. And as a Motley Crue fan, it was interesting. Yeah. Interesting times, as the saying goes. Wait, is it verjuice in cocktails? I got some verjuice because people were talking about it. Yeah. I got some verjuice because people were talking about it. Like the shirt. Okay, I'm going to show off the shirt. I've been buying these shirts online that are reasonably flamboyant, and a bunch of them started arriving in the mail this week. So I'm going to wear them on the streams. I'm going to fashion parade when I'm not wearing the white shirts for cocktails. So this is like the celestial one. I like this one. Kind of looks like pajamas, actually. Oh, okay, yeah. So Toronto Maple Leaf, a province is a state. Okay, cool. Yeah, Ray, does you think you've seen one too many Pammy and Tommy collaboration? Yeah, the famous one. Salumi bought more plaid. I've got like, I think 6 plaid flannelette shirts, lumberjack shirts. They're great in winter. They're so snug. I like them, especially when you washed them a couple times. They're very soft. So, but yes, these ones I ordered because I like them off Facebook, which apparently they're popular with gay dudes because I clicked on the ad and bought them, and now I get lots of ads for super gay stuff. And again, that's not said in an at all insulting way, just in a factual way, as in the guys who are modeling in these ads are these huge buff guys or big hairy bears and sitting there with their legs spread and whatnot. So, which is quite entertaining. So I get a lot of super gay ads on Facebook at the moment, but also other shirts. Because I'm going to show off a whole bunch of shirts I bought in the coming weeks, but they're these retro ones, which I've decided I quite like. And these other ones get advertised to me, and I want them too. And I think maybe I shouldn't do this. Okay, I just saw a thing I should maybe take care of, but I'll leave it for now. Yeah, I was going to see if I could find these ad for these other shirts. What is this? Now I'm trying to find the ads because there are these other ones that get advertised to me, and I really like them. I bought like 10 of these shirts over the course of COVID. See, I don't just buy booze. I was buying shirts too, and I bought about 10 of these shirts. I thought, well, maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough shirts. I don't know. See, this is the one time it's not. Well, I'm getting lots of booze ads, so that's good. Lots of booze ads. But no, I was going to show these other shirts that I really like. They're like these 60s retro design, a lot of them. So yeah, a few of them are still on their way from the last lot I ordered, because they don't send them all at once. They send them individually, which is weird. So I've still got like another 3 shirts to arrive. And like I said, there was this very 60s retro style. These other ones they were advertising to me, I'm really tempted, but maybe I've bought enough shirts. I don't know. Alexander, did I see the ads from Signal that Facebook banned? No, I did not. Toronto Maple Leaf. You've seen a similar thing in Canada, but that might be contributed to you actually being gay. I get all these like these big, burly, hairy bear dudes wearing caftan. There's an ad for a caftan, and they're like sitting there with their legs spread with just a little caftan flap between their legs. Very funny. And some of the raunchy men's underwear that gets advertised to me is not stereotypically heterosexual. Put it that way. Oh, you're picking up a flannel shirt and a blanket from the PO box, Salumi. Nice. Yeah, I don't know why they ship things separately sometimes either. It's weird. This is the one time this ad is not coming up. I'm just like doing a huge Facebook scroll. And I thought for sure these other shirt ads would come up because, yeah, I'm just ending up with all these 60, well, inspired by sort of retro 60s designs. And like there's a couple that I just washed because, you know, when you, well, maybe it's just me, I don't know. But when you get something from online, I usually wash it. So I washed these ones that just arrived today. So I couldn't wear them, but this one I've had for a little while. So I thought I'd wear this one tonight. So, Amy, you want gay men ads? I'll give you a tip on what to search for, and then in fact, just search caftans for men on Facebook, and I think you'll start getting the ads. Because I did actually buy a caftan too, which is more a summer thing. I haven't worn it. Ugh, maybe I'll try wearing it on days I don't want to have a shower. But it's a bit cold now because it's a very summer weight caftan. And so I think I'll stick with my bathrobe in the morning. Okay, right. I've got to look up the Signal ad. Signal. Oh, God. Bad typing. Signal ad than Facebook. Signal uses Facebook's ads against it and gets banned. That would be it. Okay. So, private messaging app Signal enjoyed a boost in adoption owing to WhatsApp being shit. So Signal crafted an ad on Instagram in a bid to highlight just how much personal data Facebook's platform collects on its user. Ad would simply display some of the information collected about the viewer, which the advertising platform uses, Signal explained in a blog post. In other words, the ad was personalized for each person seeing it. The ads use the same format, noting your occupation, relationship status, location, hobbies, and other personal information. The results would have been rather startling for at least some users, according to examples posted by a company. So the ad's like, you got this ad because you're a newlywed Pilates instructor and you're cartoon crazy. The ad used your location to see you're in La Jolla, you're into parenting blogs and thinking about LGBTQ adoption. Or you got this ad because you're a certified public accountant in an open relationship. The ad used your location to see you're in South Atlanta, you're into natural skincare, and you've supported Cardi B since day one. So, yes. At some point, Facebook was banning the ads. Signal says we absolutely did try to run these. The ads were rejected and Facebook disabled our ad account. These are real screenshots, as Facebook should know. That is a fun thing to do. So Signal is saying, yeah, it's thing. So, okay. I love that Toronto Maple Leaf. Olympic closing ceremony outfits in Canada, badass Canadian tuxedo, denim jackets, but they look super badass. Oh yeah, that's a good tip, Raiders. If you want more gay men ads on Facebook, search for Aussie Bum as an Australian men's swimwear brand. But yes, I think if you search for caftans for men on Facebook, you're going to start getting these ads. And then you click on them and then you'll get more of them. Because I go, oh, wow, this stuff's great. What's this? And I click on it and then I get more of them. So, yeah. So, what have we got? 9:10. I've been really good. Just been drinking non-alcohol. But I've found some cocktails I want to make. A McKinley's Delight. All right. I'm going to make a McKinley's Delight. It's a stirred cocktail. Okay. Got to get some stuff ready. Rye, whiskey, vermouth, and cherry brandy. Okay. So, I am going to use my Archie Rose Rye. Archie Rose Rye. Is it sweet vermouth? Yes, sweet vermouth. Sweet vermouth. Cherry brandy. I do actually have some cherry brandy in here. It's in here. Cherry brandy. And what was the other thing? Ooh, just a dash of absinthe. Where's my absinthe gone? Absinthe makes the heart grow fonder. Absinthe makes the heart lose weight. Yeah. Okay. Stirring glass. And I'll put this in a cube. Get my stirring finger, which I think should be on here. Is my stirring finger gone? Why can't I find my stirring finger? Because someone put it in the wrong place. Stirring finger. Oh, and any spoon, because I'm going to put some ice in here. I'm going to crack some ice. Oh, and I need my jigger. Oh, okay. Right. Let's go with this little number then. Okay. Absinthe make the heart grow fondlers. That's a nice one. So you had warm weather in regional Vic. We had a nice sunny day till it wasn't. It's going to rain over either overnight or tomorrow. So this cocktail is called a McKinley's Delight. I'm almost out of this rye. Okay. So 1 2/3 shot. Here we go. 1 2/3 of the rye whiskey. He's running a bit low. That's okay. I have lots of other whiskies. Sweet vermouth. 5/6 of an ounce. So just less than a full ounce. I think I got that right. Eyeballing it. And just 1/6 of a shot of cherry brandy. Oh, good Lord. That's a very small bit of cherry brandy. 5 mils. It's about a bar spoon. Oh, I'll eyeball it. That's probably about 5 mils of cherry. And a dash. Extra complexity courtesy of a dash of absinthe. Really, like, got to be real careful. A dash, just like a tiny bit. That's probably enough. It's very strong. Very rich. Ooh, red, almost brown color. It's good. All right, now I want some ice. Ice, baby. You got 24 so far. It was over 20 here, but not 24. Abigail, you thought of that line while drinking absinthe. That makes sense. All right, let me get some ice. Oh. Gonna crack some ice and see how much mess I make. Right. Okay, come over here, mixing glass. I made a lot of mess. Excellent. Always miss the glass when I do that. Okay. That went in my jigger, so that can go there. That's okay. Put that little bit in too. All right. Put this ice back. Get a coupe. This is a nice one. We'll use this nice glass so we feel very sophisticated. Just got to stir it. So a little bit of ASMR. Well, that's interesting. Oh, God, now I need my strainer. Where did I think I put it in the dishwasher, my strainer. Indeed I did. Because I am efficient and I was dishwashing today. All right, so strain this to my stylish little coupe. Oh, it's a sexy colour. No, doesn't look like there's that much in it, does there? Maybe should have used a Nick and Nora. But it's a sexy kind of colour. It's almost purple. It is almost purple. Shannon, when you see me putting ice in a drink, got to nominate me for the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge. Wasn't that a thing back in the day? The Ice Bucket Challenge. Oh, I love boozy cocktails, man. This one's all booze. So it's got the whiskey. It's got the fruitiness from the vermouth, like grape fruitiness, and a little bit from the cherry, just a little bit of cherry. So it's a slight variation on a Manhattan, basically. I breathed in at the wrong time. Toronto Maple Leaf, your internet crapped out. God damn. Got to go back to the Olympic closing ceremony topic because who would I rather party with? Now I want to look this up. Canada Olympic uniform. What are the pictures? Oh, yeah. I'll share a picture of what Toronto Maple Leaf is talking about, actually. Where are you sharing? Screen. That's what I want. My Chrome tab. So, this is what Toronto Maple Leaf is talking about. Very cash for the closing ceremony with the denim jacket. So yeah, that came up straight away. So there was obviously a lot of talk about it. Oh, there you go. That's Tokyo. Trying to be very, very street with it. Yeah, very, very interesting. So I have this suspicion you only asked me half the question, Toronto Maple Leafer. Unless you're asking an incredibly open question, who would I rather party with? Out of the entire world. Ooh, that's what I call a complex cocktail. It's got a lot going on. It kind of swirls around and you get different tastes. I love this sort of thing. But hey, no, Choking on Ashes, that wasn't Olympic merchandise. That was the official uniform of the Canadian Olympic team for the closing ceremony. Toronto Maple Leaf, the Ralph Lauren outfit from the USA has a vibe of, yeah, this dormitory was named after my rich grandfather. Safa should, making cocktails be an Olympic sport. There are very big competitions for cocktail making that I would not stand a chance in, but it's fun. Who wants to do Angry Bunch? Hasn't really come up in conversation, but I thought there might be someone who's in the mood to Angry Bunch it. And if there is anyone who's in mood to Angry Bunch it, that is the link that you want. Yes, I think I went right. And I would say, yes, Toronto Maple Leafer, I would much rather party with a Canadian Olympic team than an American Olympic team. Toronto Maple Leaf, you think we'll do bartend Olympics? Is it? There are big cocktail competitions all the time. And a few of people I follow on YouTube have had success in them as well, which is, great to see. But yeah, I wish I could remember. There was a series of videos on YouTube. They're from a couple of years ago, and I watched them a while back. It was like it was a very interesting competition where bartenders had to make up a drink on the fly. Bartending competition. World Class Bartender of the Year. It's not that. I don't. You know what I was really surprised at? How much I don't like flair bartending. Flair bartending is when they throw things around, just toss things up and I thought that'd be cool. And I watched some of it and it's boring as fuck. I really don't like it. Choking on Ashes, that would be awesome. You get your Wi-Fi sorted and have your laptop. Join us one day. And yes, I understand being nervous, but we're all friendly in the stream, or you get kicked out. As a Tom Dyer is a guy who's possibly most famous for flair bartending. But yeah, after watching a couple of videos of flair bartending, I just thought, Jesus, I don't fucking care. I just don't fucking care. Um, or maybe I'll ask Greg from How to Drink, because he was a judge for one round of it. But these bartenders were super fucking creative. Like they get put on the spot and say, you have to create a cocktail and it has to have this ingredient in it. And it was a real test of their creativity. And some of the stuff they came up with, like in half an hour, was fucking amazing. So Toronto Maple Leaf, for your job at Goodwill, you have some practice speed bottles get donated, the ones you throw and twirl to make a drink. Unbeknownst to us, one of our co-workers used to do that. So she starts throwing bottles around behind her back and around like a baton on crack. I was like, damn. Yeah, Choco Nash, it's like Tom Cruise in that movie Cocktail. You're using your phone, you're going to take it to the bath. Hey, I keep threatening to do a stream from my jacuzzi. There's a jacuzzi in the ensuite off my bedroom, and I keep threatening to do a stream from there. Not sure how good the Wi-Fi is in there. Also, I live in fear of dropping things into the water and like frying my webcam or laptop. Yeah, Toronto Meeper. Basically, Master Chef, but for bartending. God, now I thought of it. I'm just going to send a question when he might ignore me. Hey, Greg. So what was that bartending comp you were a judge for on YouTube a while back? Because it was really good. And just I mean, serious bartenders and serious like distillers stuff and make stuff, the creativity they put into making drinks is fucking amazing. Ha, Matt, there's girls on Twitch having success with hot tub streams. Didn't Twitch bring in a thing that you weren't allowed to be even slightly provocative, like showing cleavage or anything would get you banned from Twitch? Wasn't there something like that? Oh, speaking of cleavage, here's Grasshopper.
Yeah, you can bury your face in my cleavage anytime that you like, as it angry.
And go blub, 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 blub. Yeah. Motorboat time.
Not exactly the motorboat that I was looking for, but, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, all right. How you been, man?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Not too bad. How about yourself?
Oh, good. Having a chill day. We had fun last night, and I didn't get too drunk, so I didn't even have a nap today, actually. I woke up and I at a relatively normal hour, like 8:30 or something, and I was like, oh, man, I bet I'm going to need a nap today, because, we didn't go that late. It was till 1 a.m. last night, but I didn't even need a nap today. I was fine, so it's good.
I always need a nap during the day. I'm old.
Oh, it's been the best fucking bit about working from home. Sort of mid-afternoon, I'm like, oh, this shit's killing me. I'm going to go lie down for half an hour.
Yeah.
Great.
I was setting up my business to work from home before COVID became a thing. So
Yeah.
I was uniquely set up for COVID when it actually was in full swing in Australia and whatnot.
Yeah.
And all of these people don't you hate it when you wake up and you take 2 steps and you're basically at work? Isn't that a bit shit? And I'm like, no, because if I take another 4 steps in the opposite direction, I can go and have a lie down during my lunch break. You've got to sit there and eat.
Yep. No, I love it. I fucking love working from home.
Yeah.
So it's great. And I don't agree with anything that anyone says about not liking. I'm just like, no, it's fucking great, man. It's fucking great.
Yeah. No, it reminds me of the oh god, to go back to another Simpsons reference.
Yes.
When Homer decides that he's going to become like ridiculously obese so that he can do the whole working from home thing,
Yeah. Yeah.
and he has that whole dream sequence where Marge is like bringing him out a lemonade while he's out working on the thingy in the backyard and all of this sort of stuff, and um, like. That's a very romanticized version of working from home. It's most certainly not like that,
Mm.
but uh, I can't think of any real disadvantages of working from home. Like, there have been many a case where I have fixed somebody's PC remotely while sitting here in my bloody underwear smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, which is just awesome. It's just great. And it's
Yep.
the same deal. Like, I'm like I'll do slightly boring thing about my day job as an analyst in IT, but in the current job, a lot of it's been process-oriented stuff, like getting people saying like, okay, I'm going to give you a step-by-step guide on how to do a thing that we're putting in place that makes the world better, and you do it like this so you don't fuck it up, okay?
Mhm.
And particularly, I had things like managing critical incidents and whatnot, and I had one particular dickhead saying like, oh, it's not possible to actually, fully define that as a process. And I never rose to his bait ever. I never argued with him. It's just every time he said, well, it'd have to do this, I'd just go, cool. And I'd go off and I'd do a process that included it. And I said, there you go. And he goes, oh, it'd also have to do this. And I went, cool. And I eventually won him over. Like, you get this thing where people say, that's not possible. What they mean is, I don't know how to do it. And it's like, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that is like the funny thing is I've had the exact opposite of that. Is I've had
Oh.
people ask me to do the complete impossible for them.
Yeah.
And also like asking me to do really full on in-depth full built networks for them for like the price of a Happy Meal at McDonald's type thing.
Oh yeah. And I will, again, as a contractor, because I'm always going out into the job market again, and when I apply for a job, if I think that's not me, I'm not even going to muck around. I'm just going to say, no, that's not a thing I'm going to do. No, that's not me. And you'll know this one. You get these things where people say, "Oh, we need someone who's got 5 years experience in this specific thing," and I say, "No, you don't. I'll just tell you for free now. That isn't what you need. What you need is someone with the right mindset, with the right experience, who will understand the thing." And more than once, I've explained to someone, "No, I have not worked on that specific infrastructure or that specific application or that specific program, but what you've told me, I don't need to have that experience. I would do this, this, and this." And then I always say, I understand if your comfort zone requires you to get something on paper that says people have done this, this, and this. And I'll explain to them why that can backfire spectacularly, because someone who has worked on that for those things, they may have a really set way of doing things in their mind, which might be really incompatible with how you do things. I don't have that. I'm going to come in and say, how do you do things? How do you want to see it? What's the result we're looking for? And I'll work towards that. Whereas if you get someone who's been on this thing for 5 years, they may be completely set in their own ways, which might be in complete conflict with how you do things.
Yeah.
I don't have that baggage. But I say, I completely understand if your comfort zone requires you to have this on paper, then knock yourself out. But I'm telling you, you don't need it.
Yeah. No, it's funny to me. Like I'm one of the guys that's got plenty of Linux experience in his time in working with computers and stuff like that. So I can work my way around the command line interface of Linux where a few people can't and whatnot. It's nothing special. It's just something that I've been subjected to and other people haven't. But there's been a couple of jobs where they're like, oh, Linux experience is absolutely essential for this role. And I'm like, okay, well, I've gotten that in spades. Let's do this thing. Go in and start doing the job. And it'll be a situation inside of Linux that I have never experienced before.
Yeah.
This particular thing isn't working in this particular way. I've never seen it. I don't know why it's doing it that way. And I
Yeah.
will do what every other IT technician on the face of the fucking planet does. And I don't care if they say they don't. I opened up Google.
Oh yeah. Copy paste from Stack Overflow, man. That's what you do.
Oh,
That's
fuck
what you
yeah.
do.
Oh, Google is the absolute fucking lifeblood of so much of what IT guys do.
Yeah. And to
And
me, that's actually the sign of a good IT person.
yes,
Someone who goes, I am going to find objective information on how to deal with this. And I think that's good IT practice.
it's one of the things that I've always been crystal clear with my clients about. It may look a little bit weird to see a guy Googling a problem when he's supposed to be an IT expert. But if you think about it, you're not necessarily paying for the guy to be able to have the experience to sit there and fix that problem straight away. What you're paying for is the guy with the experience to A, know what to Google, and B,
Yeah.
how to interpret what they're reading and see how to implement that.
Yep, absolutely. Sorry, it just reminded me of a prank I wanted to do in some interviews, and people wouldn't go along with it because they wanted to not understand just the technical skills of the people they're interviewing, but what they're like as people and how they react to things. And I said, "Oh, we should do an interview, right, in like the manager's office, but stack on the bookshelf behind the desk that they'll be looking at. You've got to put a bunch of dummies guides to the specific stuff that's going to be in their line of sight, and we just need to watch their eyes and their facial expression when they see a bunch of dummies guides to all the infrastructure, and if it freaks them out."
It's a thing. Like when I work for O'Brien's Glass. Everybody knows Windscreens O'Brien.
Yeah.
Yeah. I worked for them for a while in their IT department, and the greatest majority of people that they had working in their IT department were very, very smart, very, very switched on, and did their jobs very, very well. But there was this one point they wanted to improve one of their in-house programs that had been built for them eons ago, and it was all built in Basic and Visual Basic. Sorry, not Visual Basic. Sorry, Visual C++.
Okay.
And basically, none of the IT guys there, myself included, had any experience in Visual C++.
Yeah.
And we're like, look, we could start to try and figure it out, but it'll take us a long time because we'll need to learn Visual C++ on the go. Your better bet would be just to advertise for a contractor to come in who knows Visual C++ to do this part for us.
Yes.
And that way it'll be done faster. And the higher ups at O'Brien's went, okay, yep, no, that's fair enough. All right, cool. Advertise for that person. So they did the advertising. Few people came in, did the interviews, and they ended up deciding on this fellow whose name I won't repeat in a public forum.
No, of course
And,
not. Yes.
so he comes in and they're like, radio, so this is our in-house program and this is what it does and this is what we need in order to improve it. Can you please implement these changes? And he goes, oh yeah, no, I can knock that out of the park. That'll be easy enough. They said, oh, how long would that take you? He goes, oh, look, probably a couple of weeks to build the improvement and then another couple of weeks just to quality test it and make sure it's all good. And, so about a month, maybe a month and a half tops. Yeah, okay, no worries at all. So 2 weeks goes by and nobody hears boo from a goose from this guy in regards to getting this improvement implemented. And they're kind of asking around, anybody know what's happening with this improvement? And no idea. So they send this guy direct emails. Hey, what's happening with this thing that you said that you were taking on? Oh, sorry, there's been a unexpected delay here with this something or other, and it's not going to work quite well. Please just give me another few days. Yep, okay, all right. So a few days goes past, still nothing. And as it turns out, one of the bosses who was getting a little bit on the annoyed side decided to go down to the guy's desk to have a word with him face to face and be like, what is going on?
What's going on?
When he's arrived at the guy's desk, he has seen the Complete Idiot's Guide to Visual C++ opened with a book tab, and it's dog-eared all the way through and highlighted and all of this. This guy was doing his level best to learn it as he was trying to implement the improvement.
Oh my God.
Suffice to say, he got fired.
Good bluffing up to that point, though. That's
Yeah, no.
yeah,
His resume was like, all sparkly. He'd filled all of the right spots and all of that sort of stuff. And no,
yeah,
it was lying through his teeth. And as it turns out, as it always does in the IT space, one
yeah,
of the guys that worked there, his nephew was this absolute fucking savant with Visual C++.
yeah,
And so they were like, "Can you get your nephew to do it?" And he was like, "Yeah, my nephew will do this. No worries at all." The
yeah,
nephew came in and like within a week had it done. It was at like it's always that way in IT.
yeah, yeah.
Always.
Or I know someone, yeah. But yeah, there's always the jokes about someone who is taking all these jobs and then was outsourcing it to someone in India for
Hmm.
peanuts and just going, yeah, I've got it, and they just send stuff to like a programmer in India who'd send stuff back, and then you go, oh, is this, and the um, and I think it's probably happened in real life. It was
I
it was
honestly, yeah, I've heard that story 1,000 times in various things, and it's become sort of like an IT urban legend. But
yes,
I have no doubt that it is born from actual events that have actually happened at some point or another.
yeah, no, I reckon someone's done it for real. I reckon that's
Mm.
a real thing.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely, absolutely. Like all of these people that run small businesses that hire these off-desk IT help people and stuff like that,
yeah,
that are like based in Malaysia or India or whatever,
yeah,
and they call them with any of their IT problems, and these guys are supposed to try and help them. Um, what they rapidly find out is that these guys, for the most part, aren't any better than your tech support that you get for your ISP or something like that.
yeah,
Um, they've got a set script that they have to follow, and if that set script doesn't work, then they need to elevate it. And every time that they elevate it, they always elevate it to somebody who is actually usually relatively close to you, especially in comparison to India. Um,
yes,
and this person has got like 11 billion years of experience and all of these sorts of different things with that exact program, and they fix it inside of like 3 seconds. And
yeah,
it always just does my head in. Like, why don't you have that person as the first port of fucking contact? Ah!
yeah. It's a bit frustrating. Was Toronto Maple Leafs stories worked at a job doing English-speaking customer attention, coming to find out now working for the company's Spanish sales department with 10 other people, and none of them speak a single word of Spanish. Excellent. But was there anyone who didn't know that you didn't speak Spanish? If they don't know, then you maybe get away with it.
That's a rarely known thing about me. I actually speak fluent Spanish.
Oh, nice. That is something I did not know.
I am fluent in Spanish and I am conversational in sign language.
Oh, excellent. That's two very good skills.
I learned Spanish just through family history and whatnot, but learning sign language was uh, it, it was an interest of mine when I first saw a deaf person communicating with another deaf person, and seeing that their hands all wave around and whatnot. And you kind of like, that's a full on conversation that person's having. And it wasn't that I didn't know what they were saying that bothered me. It was that these hand movements have got meanings to them. And that's really cool. Like it just felt like something that I wanted to know.
Yeah.
And I went out and learnt basic sign language before I'd ever met my wife.
Hmm.
My now wife, like before her and I were friends for 3 years before we even started dating.
Yeah.
And it was when we first started dating, she was fresh out of high school, was a bit directionless, like didn't know what she wanted to do. All of her family worked in various workers' compensation places around the place, and
Hmm.
she was going to fall into that as well. But she had a friend at high school who is what's referred to as a CODA, CODA, which stands for Child of Deaf Adult.
All
Um,
right.
and they're highly sought after as interpreters
Yeah.
for obvious reasons.
Ah, yes, yes, yes.
And when my wife would go over to visit her at a family, her friend would have to interpret for her all night.
Yeah.
And a friend turned around to her and just said, "Hey, like now that you're out of high school and you're not too sure what you're going to do, they offer this free introductory Auslan course at the TAFE. If you go and do that, then I might not have to interpret for you. It'd be a great stepping stone." And my
Mm.
wife turned around and said, "That's a fantastic idea," and off she went.
Nice.
And as irony would have it, it was her friend's father that actually taught that class.
Hmm.
So Eleanor went in there and she learnt the basics of sign language, and she just fell in love.
Nice.
She absolutely fell in love, and
Hmm.
her and I would muck around with sign language a little bit when she was learning, because I knew a little bit and she knew a little bit, and we were kind of testing each other on it. Nowadays, I've never spoken a word of sign language in comparison to my wife.
Yeah.
her,
Yeah.
her hands move at the speed of light. And the people that she's talking to, their hands move at the speed of light. And she is 100% on the ball, interpreting
Mm,
to English on the fly. If
mm,
you ever watch a real interpreter, now there is a difference between an interpreter and a translator. An interpreter interprets on the fly. A translator will get it, translate it, and then give it to you.
yep. Yep.
If you watch a real interpreter do their job on the fly, I don't care what language it is, sign language, Spanish, German, Russian, whatever, it is beyond amazing what they're doing. It really is.
Mm. Yeah, I have to admit, since we had so many press conferences in the last year and whatnot, I love the people signing at press conferences. The way they're so expressive with, it's not
Yep,
the sort of boring, I'm doing this. It's because it's the body language is part of the tone. Like in actual
100%.
voices, your tone is as important as the words.
Well,
And
it's
body language is the tone of sign language.
body
And
language will change what a sign actually means as well.
exactly. Yeah, I
Yeah,
love it. I don't
yeah.
understand it at all. I just love watching them. I'm like, yeah, you look so into your job. I love watching you. You are so expressive.
Yeah.
And I think it's incredible. I love it. Oh,
Well, you go for one of the main. I've seen firsthand how amazing your wife's house.
Abigail with the innuendo again. There we go.
Oh,
Single
always, always. No, I've completely forgotten what I was going to say. God damn it,
That's thrown
Abigail.
you off now. That's thrown you off. I
Sorry.
go.
W-
Yeah.
yeah, what I was going to say. When you say to somebody about sign language, they are always like, "Oh yeah, no, I know one sign. It's a universal sign, and it's this."
Yeah.
Um, and I love turning around to that person and going, "Oh, so you're available?" What?
Is that what that means?
Yeah. So in like, and it's all dependent on the facial expression, because their facial expression is that of friendliness, of trying to have a joke and being sociable. And
Mm,
like, say in sign language, somebody says, "Hey, can you help me move tomorrow?" You can turn around and go, "Yeah, I'm available." Yeah.
mm.
Right. And that's their facial expression. They're like, "Yeah, no, I know sign language." It's like, "Oh, so you're
Yeah.
available." No,
Yeah.
if your facial expression is, then yes,
Friendly.
that means yeah, that's definitely fuck off, you know. But if it's all jovial and whatnot, it's like, yeah, no, I'm available. And you can turn around and, like, you know, if you've got a group of people behind you and you know that they're going to help you help that friend move, you can turn around and go, yeah, no, we're all available, you know.
Yeah. And
Adam,
also saying that's
Adam,
universal is not true either. Different cultures, different things.
absolutely. So that is one of the classic things. A good friend of ours is a very well traveled and very high up member of the deaf community as well, as it were. He's very active in deaf rights and all of these sorts of different things. And he was in Brazil many, many years ago.
Mm,
And he was learning Brazilian Sign Language, and he was trying to try and help the Brazilian deaf community with what they needed and all of that. And every morning, the Brazilian deaf people would raise the Brazilian flag, and as they were
yeah.
raising it, they would all stand there and they would do this to the flag.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, in Australia, that's good. This is good, you
Yeah.
know?
I like this flag. Yeah.
Yeah. So he thought that it was this lovely, respectful thing, and every morning he'd go out there with them, and he'd, you know. This goes on for a couple of weeks, and then a couple of people turned around to him and said, so you don't like the Brazilian government either? What do you mean? You're giving the thumbs up to the flag. I thought that this was a sign of respect. They're like, no, this is our sign for fuck you for how much they fucked us in all of these years.
Yeah.
This is our way of protesting it. We're
Yeah.
wondering why you're doing the same thing.
Yeah. I worked for Lonely Planet years ago, and we had a whole thing of that there is no such thing as universal expressions. There are a few countries. I think Italy as well. This is saying stick it up your ass, and this isn't defensive at all. But sometimes, and I was just saying, in different countries, you know how to say "fuck you" in different countries, and it was really different in a whole bunch of countries. It was really different.
Yeah, yeah. There's an Australian comedian by the name of Adam Hills,
Yes.
whom I highly recommend anybody to check out because he is genuinely funny. In a lot of his live shows, he actually has an interpreter up on stage with him that interprets the entire show. I've actually met that interpreter. She's a lovely, lovely lady. And it's amazing how he integrates sign language into parts of his show. And at one point there, he was making a joke about the taxation on women's sanitary products that exists in Australia. And he said the word tampon. And of course, the interpreter did the sign for tampon. And the whole crowd, you could see that the whole crowd kind of went silent and kind of looked directly at the interpreter when he said this word. And he was like, "Did you all catch that? Did everybody catch that?" And most of the crowd's like, "No." He's like, "Should I say it again?" And the whole crowd's like, "Yes." And he goes, "Tampon, tampon, 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 tampon." To be clear, I'll show you the sign for tampon.
Yeah.
Okay, you can see me? This is the sign for tampon.
Yeah. Yep, get it up there. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know Toronto Maple Leaf was talking about signers at concerts, which is great. There are some great videos on YouTube of signers at rap concerts where the rapper actually gets really excited because they don't just sign, they dance and they do the moves. And there's one at a rap concert and they're doing the stuff and the rapper is just like, "Fucking check him out!" Like, this person's awesome. It's just like,
oh man, sign singing is a completely different art form in and of sign language in and of itself. It's so amazing. You've got no chance of signing every single word that is inside of a song. There's just no way that you're going to be able to do it. So what you need to do is use very contextual signs and using like abbreviated sign language to still get the point and the beat of the words across and stuff like that as well. It's a whole art form in and of itself. When I'm watching somebody who is signing at various concerts, like I've only ever seen it online. I've never seen it in real life, unfortunately. But when I'm watching them, I know enough ASL to get into trouble. Like I certainly wouldn't be able to have a full-blown conversation with an American deaf person, but I know the alphabet. There's a lot of signs that are borrowed and stolen from other cultures and all of that sort of stuff. So I know enough ASL just to kind of get me into trouble. But I love watching them and trying to figure out the contextual clues and all of those sorts of different things that they're using in it. It's really amazing.
Yeah.
It really, really is. It's one of the common misconceptions about sign language is that it is sign for sign the same as English is spoken word for word.
Yep.
And it is absolutely not. Sign language is to English as Chinese is to English. They are completely different languages with their own context, their own syntax, their own grammar. And it's a difficult thing. Like there was for a short amount of time there universal sign language that was trying to be created so that all deaf people from around the world could communicate with one another, and that's pretty much gone the way of the dodo. Some of those signs are still used, but not very much. But what you do find is that somebody who is fluent in Auslan, for instance, if they were in Britain, BSL is different to Auslan, but there's enough of borrowed signs and whatnot that you would be able to get by and you could learn it easier. And if you go to China, it's the same thing. And if you go to Japan, it's the same thing and all of that sort of stuff. But you need to have that background of fluency in one of those sign languages first. Before you can go to another country. Whereas if you speak English fluently, if you go over to China and stay there even for 2 years, there's no guarantee that you're going to be able to speak Cantonese by the time you come home.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Sorry, completely unrelated. I made a really nice drink. This-
Is that the really boozy one that you were talking about before?
no, I finished that. This is another one. I made it while we're talking. It's a Groizel daiquiri. This, which I just got this week, this is a liqueur made with Tasmanian red currants. Super nice. And I made a daiquiri, which is a really simple rum cocktail. It's just rum, lime juice, and sugar syrup. And then I put like half an ounce of the red currant liqueur in as well. So you got this just gentle pink hue to it.
Yep.
It's really fucking nice.
One question that I meant to ask you the other night, and I didn't get the chance to. How did the results of your sleep study come back?
They haven't come back yet. I'm seeing the doctor for a follow-up in another week or so, and I'm just hoping I slept enough that they got the data they needed. Because if they come back and say like, geez, dude, you didn't fucking sleep at all, and I'm like, well, tell me something I don't know. That was such a shithouse night. I didn't enjoy it at all.
Because it seemed as though that they had you like in a recliner, like not actually in a bed.
Oh no! I streamed from a. It was a great room. I had a bed, I had a recliner, and I thought it was easier to do the stream from the recliner. And because all the wires weren't attached to an external machine, they were attached to a thing that was strapped to my chest, so I could move around really freely. So it was easier to do the stream from the recliner chair than from the bed. It was more comfortable.
Right.
And then I went and lay down. And the wires and shit weren't the bad thing. As I was saying a bit earlier, the pillows were fucking horrible, and they eventually compressed and felt like rocks. And the fucking phone rang in the middle of the night as well. So
that's real. Like seriously, they couldn't put the phone on fucking silent. Like, come on now.
The nurse told me about it. She said like spam callers have somehow gotten a hold of the numbers for you, and she said there's a button on the side of the phone for making that not happen. And I thought I didn't, and I thought I did, and I clearly fucking didn't. It rang 3 times during the night, and so I just buzzed the nurse and said, I thought I followed your instruction. I clearly didn't. And she went, oh, no, you didn't. And I'm like, oh, fucking cool. So the one time I was having some really solid sleep, the fucking phone rang. And, so, yeah.
Oh my god. I love it when scammers call me. Because I've got virtual machines set up on my computer at all times for various projects. And if I'm sitting in front of my computer and a scammer calls me, I go for it.
Yeah.
I absolutely go for it. And I have absolutely destroyed some of what they've been doing. And I don't feel the least bit fucking guilty about it because fuck them.
No, they're fucking horrible.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe as an individual, they're not a bad person, and maybe they're in a bad situation. But no, you are preying on really vulnerable people, and it's really fucked.
Absolutely. Like, I highly recommend anybody to check out the various scammer payback videos that are on YouTube. Not because of the entertainment value, but to truly understand how badly these scammers can fuck people over.
Yeah.
And also just to see how fucking intricate their businesses can really be at times as well. But no, I had a guy last year that tried the scam call with me. And when they use a program called TeamViewer, or they used to anyway. They use a different one now.
Yes.
But yeah, so he used TeamViewer to get onto my PC. I blanked his screen straight away so that I could start mucking around with his computer, and he's got no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah.
This idiot left the username and password for the central server of his office as a text file on his desktop.
Yeah. Again, those scammer buster scammer beta videos on YouTube, those guys are fucking hardcore. Speaking of hardcore, Dr. Abigail's joining us.
Hey, Abigail, how you doing? Abigail, we can't hear a word you're saying, sweetheart.
No sound for you.
Hello. Sorry,
Hello.
I didn't have my microphone deployed. Hello, I'm eating. I hope people don't mind.
No, that's fine.
How dare you be a mammal that requires nutrients?
Yeah. So Toronto has the phone on Dungeons and Dragons 24/7. So sorry, just do that because do not disturb. I remember seeing like a Tumblr meme that was circulated. People saying, like, "Wow, man, people who have their phone on D&D just don't fucking care, do they?" And someone said, "How do I set my phone to Dungeons and Dragons mode?" And
Yeah. People who actually call, and it isn't for business because that's a different story. But like people, like friends and shit who call instead of text should be shot because that's just the worst.
Yeah, I had to do a do not disturb after 10 p.m. because AZ has literally no concept of time and will call me. And as the saying goes, if something goes wrong for you after 10 p.m., that's between you and God. It's Salumi, hello.
Hey, Salumi, how you doing?
Oh,
So
yeah, I heard D&D, and you know,
you had to join in. But yes, I stole that line from this particular meme. But when someone says, because how the do not disturb works, if someone calls 3 times in rapid succession, they'll get through.
Yeah.
And so I told my kids, after 10 o'clock, if you need to reach me, you'll have to keep doing it and it will eventually ring. And they're like, okay, cool. And anyone else, geez, go fuck yourself. What the fuck? You know, I love that saying. If you're having any drama after 10 p.m., that's between you and God, as far as I'm concerned.
But Angry, now that I know that, can I get your phone number?
So, for everyone in the chat, I'm eating frozen pizza, and I've just sprinkled some canned pineapple over it.
Nice.
Yum.
I do that. I do bacon. Like I get the margarita from the supermarket, chop up some bacon, and then put extra cheese on top of that. I'm like, yeah.
Because they are always lacking in cheese.
Yeah, they're a bit sparse with the cheese, the supermarket. But you get the good brands. A lot of them, they're quite decent bases, and it's quite a decent sauce on them. You just put a couple things. I get the margaritas, put a couple things, or the Dr. Oetker 4 cheese pizza is actually quite good. And I'll just put bacon and then even more cheese on top of that and put it in, and it's like, yeah, now it's a pizza.
Choking on Ashes says, I wanted to know what Abigail was eating because I'm living vicariously as I can't eat properly. Why can't you eat properly?
Yeah, there's a lot of really legit reasons where you can't eat stuff, but it's what's going on. Is that a dietary thing or so I can think of about 20 reasons why you might not be able to eat properly. Safa loves bacon fat. Oh, see, I actually did, again, sorry, I think bacon fat, you can do bacon fat washed. Bourbon whiskey is the common one. But you can use any oil or fat. Bacon fat is common, but for vegans, coconut oil, olive oil, or even butter, because butterscotch is literally scotch that has had butter infused in it. That's where that thing of butterscotch comes from. But you do something.
I've already eaten dinner.
Yeah, you do something that's got fats or oils in it, and you liquefy it if it's not already liquid, and you blend it with the spirit, and then you put it in the freezer, and so the oils or fats will rise to the top and freeze. Really easy to take off.
It's
and then
one of the things that you do with a homemade stock.
Yeah, strain the spirit, and then the spirit has taken on the flavor of whatever that oil or fat was. So you can flavor stuff with coconut, with bacon, with butter, with olive oil.
I'm going to try that now.
It's pretty.
But also, Choking on Ashes was just saying about their teeth. They've got some dental issues. They're having their teeth fixed up. I had a filling this morning, and I laughed at the dentist going, "I only need the small drill bit. This isn't bad." And then going, "Oh no, it's worse than we thought." And I'm like,
"Oh no,
that is it." Still wasn't that bad. It still was like under an hour.
I don't mean to alarm you, Sir Lemmy, but you have a ninja behind you.
I know.
You
He's
do.
mad at
You
me
actually
because he
do.
left the house today.
Yeah.
I just like how I just like how
He's-
he's sitting there, just kind of like, I am the king of all I survey. This is my
Yeah.
property.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Last filling I had, the dentist is like, "Oh, there's a little hole. We should do it. You won't need anesthetic." And I went, "Dude, we better fucking not, because if you start drilling and I suddenly say we need anesthetic, someone's getting punched in the dick because you're like right next to me."
Yeah.
And it was fine. He was right. It was just this little thing, and he just filled it, and I didn't really feel anything because it was totally surface level. It never went past. But I was just like, "Dude, you better be right. You better be right that this doesn't need anesthetic."
Speaking of fun things with anesthetic, have you ever thought about doing the LASIK eye surgery by any chance, Ozzy?
No, because it actually freaks me out that they're burning my eye with a laser. And I'm okay with glasses.
I had to have cataract removal. Sorry, we'll wait for Abigail first, and then I'll tell my story. Abigail, we can't hear you.
Silent again, Abigail.
Why would you get laser eye surgery when glasses are just great? They're sexy and they're a great, like, you can accessorize and.
I have an answer to that. Chris Hemsworth, the female Ghostbusters. I took the lenses out because they kept smudging. That is why.
Was Chris Hemsworth good in that, or was Chris Hemsworth?
Oh, he was so good in that.
Fantastic.
But
He made it to me. Like his bimbo.
Yep. Second point, the US Air Force gets laser eye surgery for their pilots so they have better than 20/20 vision.
Yes, yes.
They actually correct imperfections on their lenses.
So I had to have cataract surgery, different to LASIK, of course. But
yes, of course, yeah.
Either way, the anesthetic that they give you is the same anesthetic that they give you if they're doing LASIK eye surgery. And what it is, you are still completely cognizant, but it prevents you from converting short-term memory to long-term memory. But you're still completely cognizant. The thing is, you're very loopy and very, very high and very, very malleable while you're, under the influence of this particular anesthetic. So they'll get you to lie down and keep your eyes open, and you're just that high and loopy that you're like, okay, and it's fine. The problem with that anesthetic is that it becomes less effective the more of it that they have to give to you. Which is why generally when people need to have both eyes done, they'll do one eye first and then wait a couple of weeks and then do the second eye. And it's because of different people's tolerances to this particular anesthetic. Now, my tolerance to this anesthetic turned out to be rather well. I don't really remember much of the first eye getting done at all. I've got some vague memories of water getting poured over the side of my face, and a weird memory, like as if I was looking through a traffic cone at some point, which I don't know why. But yeah, like that was fine. Like I come out of it and I was perfectly fine and had the cover over my eye and all of that, and everything was fine. A week later, I go in to get the second eye done. And at some point during the procedure, the anesthetic just seemed to wear off on me. And I came complete to reality with a lady over the top of me in full surgical garb with a fucking knife coming towards my eye.
Ooh, not fun.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
My reaction... like when I remember this very clearly, was to kind of come back to reality and go, fuck, and smack the hand, and the knife's gone flying, and the lady's jumped a mile, and she's get him another dose, and I, what the, oh my, it's fine, Shannon, it's fine, you're in the place, and everything's fine, it's calm, it's okay, and I could not stop freaking the fuck out, and they've come over and hit me with another dose, and then I was back off to La La Land, and I kind of came back later after because they give you another injection to stop the effects of that particular anesthetic. So they've given me that, and I've kind of come back to reality, and I'm still kind of grasping this whole thing of like, this thing has just happened, and what the hell, and Hello Kitty.
That tail curling across the camera was fucking hilarious.
He wants attention.
Of course he does. He's a cat.
And his favorite people are on that. Like, he's so used to hearing your voices that he just keeps trying to come to the laptop.
Oh yeah, my friend.
It's our people.
Yeah. My friend Samantha came over today, give me a bunch of lemons because I asked on social media, does anyone have citrus they're not using on their trees? So my friend Sam brought some over, and yeah, Mimsy comes out, goes, "Oh, a visitor! Someone's here to adore me." And Sam's going, "Aren't you cute?" Mimsy going, "Yes, I am. Pats and cuddles, please." And it's just like she's just. Mimsy's just like, "Ooh, a visitor. Yes, someone who can work with me for a while."
Luke Morford has come into the chat saying, "Hey all, long time no see."
Hey Luke.
Yeah, how are you doing? That?
Long time. It has been a while. Yeah, no. So after I'm kind of coming back to reality and kind of figuring it out, the lady that was doing the surgery kind of came up to me and she's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "I'm fine, but are you okay?" And she's like, "The one thing that I'm thrilled about is that when you hit my hand, you didn't hit the scalpel."
I'm just imagining you with a scalpel right through your hand. Oh!
No, that was her main fear. Because apparently it's happened. People have freaked out and they've moved, and the scalpel's nicked them. And the next thing they know, they've got to, they got to call in a different person to come in and stitch you up and all sorts of different things. So,
oh, damn. Yes.
But yeah, so that was an experience. But no, not long after that, for a while, I had better than 20/20 vision. That was a hell of a thing. I went from stopping myself from driving because my eyesight was that bad to having better than 20/20 vision. It was another one of those circumstances that I just love Western medicine.
Yeah.
Like when I started taking the medication for rheumatoid arthritis and I can actually live like a fucking human being again. It's like that is a gigantic testament to Western science and medicine. Going from like fucking blind as a bat to being able to see perfectly fine. I don't need glasses. My eyesight is not 20/20, but glasses aren't going to help because I've got fake lenses in my eyes now. So glasses aren't going to do much. But yeah, it's most of those techniques, most of those abilities come from real medical sciences, not just Western, but people refer to it as Western medicine because Eastern medicine is, herbal remedies and all of these sorts of different things. Not that, oh, hello, kitty. Oh, I love how the claws are just kind of out for no good reason.
He just sits over the footstool as well, trying to do that. He's like, I want to lie on the floor, but I don't want to get off the footstool. So I'll tip the footstool over and then look at you because it's your fault that I've done this.
I love the whole patting a belly on a kitten being a game of Russian roulette.
Yes. It's the best.
You go in and give it a scratch, and sometimes it's perfectly fine, and the cat will stretch, and this is great. And other times it's like, and now you're mine.
In general, cats don't like their tummy being touched at all. But some cats love it. It depends on your cat and how much they trust you.
He likes it if he thinks he's going to get food. If he doesn't think he's going to get food, he will bite you until you give him food.
It's all about the food.
Yep.
So, Limmy, you were being asked by Choking on Ashes, what are you drinking?
Oh, so I was drinking. I finished the bottle of champagne now. But I was having champagne and Chambord, my favorite cocktail. So simple, so tasty.
Oh, yes. Yeah, and that's the one essentially that liqueur I was making is like an alternative to Chambord. Chambord's a raspberry liqueur.
Yeah.
I've got like 4 or 5 fruit liqueurs over there. They're all different variations of blackberries and red currants and black currants, and they're so tasty. Like you could just pour them over ice cream. They're just like fucking awesome.
Choking on Ashes says that people go to Cuba. Sorry, Choking on Ashes says that people go to Cuba for eye surgery from the UK. If eye surgery in the UK is anywhere near the sort of cost that it was for me to get my fucking eyes done in Australia, I'd do it too.
Yeah. I'm going to have a toilet break. I'll leave you for a while. All right.
No, you're right. Because I fell into this special grouping of people that basically the public health system goes, oh, you can wait for your eye surgery. It was literally going to be years before I could get my eye surgery done. However, if I could pay for it up front. Sorry, go ahead, Abigail.
Cuba has a lot of doctors from Doctors Without Borders. So, yeah, the standard of healthcare has risen sharply since that happened. And believe it or not, the healthcare system in the US is getting so bad that some doctors from Borders are going into US.
That is a real thing.
Just
yeah.
Yep.
No, there was a guy that I watched a documentary on who he did a lot of stuff for Medicine Sans Frontiers in Cuba, Africa, all of these sorts of different things. And when he came back to America at some point to see his family and friends, he saw how bad it was in America. And he kind of went, this needs to continue, but I need to do this for my home people as well. So now he needs to run free clinics around his hometown that he grew up in.
Wow.
Yeah, like it's a heck of a thing. Like when I was in America, when I broke my toe, I'll never forget it. At that time, way back when, Medicare used to be such that you didn't need to have travel insurance if you went overseas. Provided that you weren't doing particular things while you're over there, Medicare would cover you for basic healthcare. My Medicare covered me for this broken toe. What had happened was the phone rang and I ran to answer the phone and I kicked the table leg with my toe on my way to answer the phone and I broke my toe. Hurt like the fucking blazes. But the toe was bent and swollen and looking pretty horrible and in a lot of pain. So of course I got my ass to a doctor. And 5 minutes inside the waiting room, doctor, that looks broken. Don't know how bad that is. We should get an x-ray just to make sure that everything's going to be okay. So he sends me off to a place that's like 2 doors down to get an x-ray of my foot. I come back and, an hour later, he's got the x-rays and he's got them up there and he's had a look and he's like, yeah, no, that's a break, but you don't need surgery or anything like that to fix it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tape the 2 toes either side of your broken toe together and they kind of act as a splint to make your toe kind of straight. And here's some ibuprofen for the pain and here's some crutches and have a great day. And I was like, okay, great. And I go out to the front thing, the front counter to sign the paperwork. And, I've given them my Medicare card and they've done the whole clicky clacky thing. And they've got to send the bill to Australia in order to get it back. But they give me the receipt that they sent to Medicare. And it still absolutely blows my mind. And I think it's something that should actually happen in Australia. I think that everybody that goes in for any medical procedure at the end of it should be given a receipt that they don't have to pay, just so that they truly understand where your taxes in Medicare fucking go towards. Yeah. Because at the end of it, I've been handed a receipt that I didn't have to pay for a 10-minute consultation twice, ibuprofen tablets, crutches, and that's it, and an x-ray. Was the better part of $3,000 fucking dollars.
Yeah.
What?
The American healthcare system is beyond fucked. They have got some fantastic doctors and fantastic amenities and all of that sort of stuff, but you just can't fucking afford to see it. And it is beyond fucked.
We have a lot of benefits in Australia, but we still have some problems, and that's within them trying to privatize certain sectors and them deciding things like the fact that trans health is not deemed essential. So any trans health stuff you have to pay for out of pocket. I just saw a trans comedian who I saw earlier this year who is hilarious. Anne or Anna? I think it's Anna Piper Scott. She's hilarious, but she's having to crowdsource top surgery because, trans health, her having top surgery to give her breast implants is not considered essential, even though that's affirming her gender, and that's something that's important for her mental health and well-being.
Yeah.
You still. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, even with I've started with dating apps, chatting to guys who are my age, 29 or younger, and have had vasectomies with no resistance. I have been asking for a hysterectomy for fucking over a decade and keep getting told I'm going to meet a man who's going to want kids. And somehow this man that I've not met has more control over my body than I do.
It's more like to me the weirdest part about that isn't so much that that man would have control over your body. Let's just complete hypothetical that I come into your life and all of a sudden you and I start dating. I am somehow going to turn around to you and go, your firmly held feeling and belief about your life of not wanting to have kids is absolute, complete and utter bullshit because I do. Therefore, you're going to give me children. Therefore, the health center is right. Like, what the fuck?
Exactly. It's insane. And yet now, because I've got a specialist who backs me as someone who's gender diverse and non-binary, he literally, within my first appointment with this particular specialist who has been in trans health for 3 decades, sent an email to my gynecologist telling them that it was not a question of if, it was a question of when. And suddenly my next appointment with her was very different because she had another doctor who was outranking her in terms of experience and understanding my personal position on this, saying, no, this will happen.
One of my best friends in the world lives over in Perth. Complete straight cis lady, but she describes herself as having the maternal instincts of a rock. She has zero interest in having any kind of children whatsoever. She, like, her brother has got a couple of kids, and seeing them is a little bit, that's a bit much for me, even. Like, she's got zero interest. And her partner was able to get a vasectomy by turning around to the doctor and going, I want to get a vasectomy. And the doctor turned around and said, okay, go talk to these people, pay this money, and it gets done. And that was it. Like, inside of a month, the vasectomy was done. She has been trying to get a hysterectomy for God knows how fucking long, and they just flat out won't do it. It's either you might change your mind or they just flat out refuse. They're just like, no. But why?
Exactly.
Just because I said
and
no.
You know, I've got friends who are in their 40s. I've got friends in their 30s and like late 30s, early 40s who have been through having to have early stage abortion because birth control is not 100% effective. And like this is numerous people I've spoken to have then been told, no, you're still going to have to go on birth control because we're not going to give you a hysterectomy even though you don't want children and we're putting you through more trauma, making you go through this abortion process anytime that you might end up pregnant.
Like, it is one of those debates that I really do get the shits about. And it shouldn't be a fucking debate, in my opinion. And that's around the right to life, or the whatever you want to call it. Let's just call it what it is: abortions, the right to have an abortion. At the end of the day, there is one argument that absolutely nobody can ever fucking get past, and it is just this simple: her body, her choice. That's fucking it. Oh, no, just if she doesn't want to have kids, make her go through the pregnancy and then give up the kid for an adoption. Fuck you.
Exactly.
What about what she's got to go through during the fucking pregnancy? What about the health scares after the fucking birth? There are a lot of women out there that get fucking chronic health conditions for carrying children to fucking term. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. And there's people in the chat at the moment saying, oh, it's because of male doctors and that's sexist. Okay, number one, it is sexist, and that's because we live in a patriarchal society. But number two, this is not just male doctors, because you will have female doctors who have chosen to have children, and by you saying you don't want children, they take it as an attack on their life choices, and so they get fucking defensive and want to project their bullshit onto you as well. It is across the board. It is
actually cross gender lines,
People who look at mine and my wife's relationship and think that it is somehow less than because we don't have kids.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck you and everything that you ever fucking stood for. Like, our relationship is just as fucking valid as anybody else's. I don't care if they've got 50 kids or 0. our fucking relationship is just as valid as anybody else's. Like, you don't know our life, you don't know why we don't have kids. Even if, and like, okay, I'll lay this down because I've got no fucking shame about it. We can't have kids because I basically shoot blanks. Okay, that's just the end of the list. Now, going through all of the shit with IVF and all of that sort of stuff, it's not a guarantee. It's stupid expensive, and we decided against it. So we don't have kids because I am incapable of having kids. That does not mean that our fucking relationship is anyhow less valid than somebody who is capable of having kids going, no, we don't want to have any.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Absolutely. And a complete topic change just to answer Luke. This particular drink is called the Mr. President and has rum, sweet vermouth, and bitter red aperitivo in it. And I really fucking like this. It's good.
The only thing I ever used vermouth for was cooking.
Given how
I don't
demanding
understand this entire conversation because I don't understand how anyone could see it any other way than what you're describing. Like, it's just it boggles the mind.
Oh, the degree to which people want to interfere in other people's lives is fucking surreal.
Yeah.
Oh, the hypocrisy of some fucking people. There's people that I know that, like, they've always been really up in arms about making sure that you respect other people's pronouns or respecting other people's life choices and respecting other people for who they are. So don't say this and don't do that because you may hurt or trigger this person. But then they've had a kid. And all of a sudden they're like, mothers don't get praised enough and mothers don't get this enough and mothers don't get that enough and mothers are the best and mothers. And people posted going, Mother's Day shouldn't be about that because there are a lot of people out there that aren't mothers for all sorts of different reasons. And, this might actually be hurting their feelings. Oh, but this is my business. This is my business. You wouldn't get it because you've never had a kid. Oh, you'll never get it. And it's like, you fucking hypocritical shit.
Yep.
And some people just shouldn't be allowed to have kids. Like, my mother should not have been allowed to raise kids.
Oh, fuck yeah. 100%.
I am hoping that my older sister breaks the cycle, but I can see her becoming the exact type of narcissistic abuser that my mother was. And if that eventuates, I'm sure at some point this Jackson, my nephew, who I've yet to meet because I've had to cut my sister out, I'll have this kid rock up at my door and just be like, so, you're the black sheep. And I'm going to be like, welcome.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. But on that same token, though, would you, like, you're gender fluid, if I remember correctly?
I use non-binary, but yeah, gender fluid's probably a more accurate description of me.
So would, when the nephew may come in this hypothetical scenario, would you prefer auntie or uncle would be the question, I guess?
I prefer the term aunt because I don't like a lot of the, like, non-binary play words at the moment. But also, like, that bitch works well.
I'll give you that.
Like, I joke, I call myself a cat mum because cat parent sounds weird to me. But then I'm also like the dad friend to some of my friends, and then in other situations, I'm the mum friend. So I think for me, it always depends on context.
That's a good point, actually. Context, yeah.
No, I mean, all of my nephews and nieces, they all refer to me as Uncle Shannon. And, I'm used to that. It took my wife a little while to get used to being called Auntie Eleanor. But we've got a really good friend of ours who is 100% gender non-binary. And, when they were asked, like, what would you prefer? Would you prefer auntie or uncle? Like, we're not too sure here. They turned around and said, just call me my name.
Yeah. And that's the other thing. Like, I'm perfectly fine with this, with Jackson, who's my nephew, if I can ever get the chance to meet him, of him just being like, this is Sia or Lumi or whichever one he prefers to call me. But yeah, I think it's that thing of like, there's this weird formality that we got taught in the 90s of like how you have to treat family with certain labels. And I think that's sort of fallen to the wayside now because a lot of people are just like, well, it's not the label that gives you the respect, it's the relationship and the dynamic. And I'd rather not necessarily care too much about the terms, but eventually this kid's going to need a safe space because I can guarantee you he won't be getting one at home. And my door's going to be open because I'll be like, "Welcome, let's talk."
All of my goddaughters refer to me as Uncle Shannon as a term of respect and politeness, and I'm okay with that. But it was always weird to me, like with the family friends that I would have to refer to as Auntie whoever or Uncle whoever, when they weren't actually any form of blood relation. And it wasn't until my goddaughter started calling me Uncle Shannon that I kind of started to understand it. But on that same token, I've turned around to all of my goddaughters and said, "Just call me Shannon, please. Just."
Yeah.
Stop it with the uncle thing. If you lovely people will excuse me for just 1 second, though, my wife has just sent me a text, and in order to respond to that, I'd need to type out the works of Wars and Peace. I'm just going to go in and see it very quick. I'll be right back.
That's a very pragmatic approach.
Yes. Abigail, you were going to say something?
Oh, my son calls me Abigail or Abby.
Yeah.
And I enjoy that.
Well, that's like I call my stepmom Chris. It feels weird to be like, this is stepmom. Like, no, it's Chris. That feels better for her. It's like it's who she is.
Yeah,
and I think it's hard sometimes finding the right fit for people. It just depends as to what makes them comfortable.
Yeah. Well, my offspring call me dad and their mum, and they call our partners by their names.
Yeah.
It's just it's simple, and I'm like, yeah, cool. And they've done that, like they're adults now, which I'd expect, but they've done it since forever, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty good. If that's easy and comfortable for you, then do that.
I laugh though at like
mum or stepdad
having having half siblings. I just call them my siblings because they're just my brother and sister. But like when my brother is being annoying, I would jokingly tell my younger sister, "Your brother."
That's a burn. I like that. That's
he's my half brother. His Lily's full brother. Poor Lily. I love my brother Ben, but he's like me, but like more intense. It's almost like my dad. Each time he had a kid, we just got louder and more intense, and I don't know how he managed that. So my younger brother is me, but more, which is that'll be interesting as he gets older.
Yeah. I suppose to a degree I do that with my offspring because I just refer to their mother. I just say, "What's your mother doing? What's the deal with your mother on this? And have you checked this with your mother?" And it's very disembodied to me. I'm just like,
you don't think about it. You just kind of it's what becomes normal, but then you're just like, that's a strange thing that we do. Hello, OP. Someone wants to be the center of attention.
Oh, I'm very familiar with that sort of cat behavior. Oh, that was the other thing my friend Sam got today, besides having Mimsy come around and say, "Worship me, visitor." The magpie that has adopted me. Speaking of which, another kitty. The magpie that has adopted me was sitting just behind me there saying, "Hey, buddy, you got any food for me?" And so Sam got to meet Jessie the magpie as well, who was hanging out just outside. Oh, what I love about your cat, Salumi, is the black and just the eyes. So you're wearing a black shirt. So there was just a pair of eyes on your shirt for a second there. It's very good.
It's really fun when it's like you're about to go to sleep at night and you just see these fucking eyes right at you. You're a creep, Opie. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, both of my cats have a habit of one of their sleeping places is like in the wardrobe where my undies and socks and singlets are. And I don't really look when I reach in. I just get the one that's on the top of the pile. And particularly Shadow, who's dark grey. If she's in there, and I reach in to like get a singlet or something, and I just put my hand on something that's furry and warm, and I'm like, what's that? and Shadow makes a disturbed noise. I'm like, well, get the hell off my clothes then. If it's dark in there, I can't see you.
Yeah. OP keeps trying to rub on everything. He's tried to rub on the champagne glass, tried to rub on the computer. Now he's I am trash and I bought a new tarot deck today because it's pretty.
Oh, nice.
And he keeps rubbing on it, and I'm like, just
Yeah.
leave it alone.
Yeah.
I backed a Kickstarter recently. It's a tarot deck, except it's all mismatched cards from different decks.
Ooh.
And it's like just like it comes with its own like book and a story behind it, and it's got a bit of a role-playing element. Yeah, it's like completely all mismatched, and like there's like multiples of the major arcana and stuff like that. But also I want to go get mine. I bought this when sorry, I'm gonna bring my microphone with me. I bought this when I was a teenager, going through my like alternative Wiccan stage. So I bought this tarot deck, and they're oversized, which is like really great. Yeah. And all the art is depicting stories from Greek legend.
Ooh.
So, it's like
helping OP.
Like Hades, for example, is death.
Cool. Nice.
And like the Fool is I'm actually not quite sure who the Fool is.
Is it Puck? Or...
There's the star is Persephone. Oh, sorry, Pandora. Sorry.
Oh, Pandora. Yeah, opening the box. I see.
Yeah.
That's what I loved with this. It's got like all
strength is Heracles defeating the lion.
Cool.
Yeah, and the book that it comes with, half of it is how to read the cards. The other half is telling the stories of Greek legend that it's all based on.
Nice.
And even the minor arcana is from Greek. Like I'm not quite sure what that is, but Six of Wands, that's Jason and the Argonauts. And the Golden Fleece.
Yeah.
So there you go.
This occult deck I liked because it's got the metallic red sheen on the cards.
Ooh, that is nice.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
And then the cards are different demies. Wow, okay. Any demons are just going to be like, that bitch.
That bitch.
Any, like, kind of within that realm. So there's, I was finding before, Amon, who...
Oh, yes.
Creepy little thing. Reveals the past and the future, reconciles friends and enemies, and then it ties it into a card from the original Arcana. And of course, there's Baphomet.
Yes.
Cool.
And
speaking of that bitch, I'm back.
Yeah.
Oh, I did someone Toronto Maple Leafy. If you haven't already gone by 8:30 a.m. For Toronto Maple Leafs, so they're going to sleep at 8:30 a.m. apparently. So there you go.
No, my wife said to send her love to everybody, but she didn't want to come out and live stream in her PJs.
Oh, that's fair.
She looks great in her PJs. She looks great naked.
I tried to reassure her that everybody in the live stream wouldn't mind seeing her in her PJs, and that everybody watching the live stream wouldn't mind seeing her in her PJs. But it was something about not giving away the show for free, and that she's still upset that your last check still hasn't cleared, Abigail, and she's going to have to call you about that.
I love this.
No.
The other deck that I have that.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
You started this, Abigail.
But this deck I like because it's like a little bit traditional tattoo art. So like that's the Temperance card.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, I like that.
And then fucking Five of Cups. This is the 4th time today I've gone to this deck, and it's like 5 of Cups.
Yeah.
It's trying to tell you something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know what it's telling me. I don't want to hear it.
Oh, okay.
So talking about decks, Token on Ashes mentioned the Wild Unknown Tarot deck. Is that familiar to anyone?
That rings a bell. I have runes because the style of runes that I want, I couldn't find. One of my friends just sent me a link to a store that's finally got them back in stock because I wanted ethically made bone runes, and they're hard to find. But one of my favorite left-handed practice stores has got them back in. So. And then I have Oracle cards. I just got these because they're pretty. I don't really work with Oracle cards, but they're butterflies and flowers.
Okay.
And they made me think of my grandma because, like, Mary would have thought these were rubbish, but she would have thought they were pretty because they're like that.
Pretty is good.
Nice.
Yeah.
And
All right.
very cool.
Wow.
So,
All right. I'm gonna experiment with a cocktail I've been meaning to try for a while. There's a well-known cocktail called an Alabama Slammer, and I want to do an Australian version with all the Australian spirits and liqueurs that I'm going to call a Tamarama Door Slammer, which for someone as old as me, that was a big dance track in the 90s, the Tamarama Door Slammer. Tamarama is a suburb and a beach in the eastern suburbs of Sydney. And I used to go there when I lived in Sydney. I had friends who lived in Tamarama. So I'm just, apropos of nothing, I'm about to experiment. And if this works, I'm going to do it for my cocktail channel, a Tamarama Door Slammer.
and I just looked up the Wild Unknown deck. It's on my to buy list because I have that. There's a Sailor Moon Oracle deck, and again, I don't work with Oracle cards. I only buy them when they're pretty. There's a Sailor Moon one, and there's a Golden Girls one that I want to get just because of what they are, and I want the art.
Golden Girls.
I love Golden Girls. I'm trash.
Yeah, no, I love the Golden Girls too. That was an incredibly subversive program. I love the Golden Girls.
It was.
I love how they tackled issues.
It was one of the first TV shows. It was one of the first TV shows to portray transgender people in a positive light.
Yes.
Yeah, that was so progressive and subversive. I love it.
And like,
Yeah,
I love
absolutely.
that when Blanche couldn't wrap her head around someone being gay, and she just gets read for filth. Like, they call her out on her bullshit, and she has to own it and move past it.
Yeah.
Like, it was adult women calling each other out on their bullshit.
Yeah, it's very good show. Very good.
Sorry,
show.
I tuned out because of an email that I got. Something about being trans positive in the Golden Girls.
Oh yeah.
They had a I don't know if it was a regular character or just a one episode, because my memory it's so far, like so long ago, but they had a trans woman on the show, and she wasn't the butt of a joke, at her expense at least, and everyone treated her with respect. She wasn't a sex worker. She was a professional, like a accountant or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was like, for its time, it was amazing.
That's really good. That's really good.
I was slightly wrong about their deck. The deck for the Golden Girls is actually a tarot deck, not an Oracle card deck. So I probably will use it.
Cool.
Just so long as it's not as vicious as my other decks. Because my tattoo tarot deck, if I'm ever just being indecisive and I know the answer, I was being stubborn and did 3 pulls in the same question, and it got so mad at me. It was just like the death card of, you need to cut ties with this, stop fucking around. And I was like, all right.
The best thing from the Golden Girls, and who's still around to this day, she's outlived the rest of the cast. Who can't love Betty White?
Oh, fucking Betty White. Yeah. She's so awesome.
Me having the biggest man crush on Corey Taylor, lead singer of Slipknot and Stone Sour, for those who don't know. He wrote several books, and I've got them all, listened to them all, read them all, I should say. But he got asked, would you ever let them do an audio version of your book? And he said, on two conditions: either I read it or they get Betty White to read it. That's the only way it's going to happen.
I want to hear Betty White read his books. I would listen to that.
Yeah, no, if she read his books, I would rebuy them just to listen to her read them.
Yes. Yes, I would, Opie. Someone came across to express his opinion.
Hello again, kitty kitty. Yeah, no, it's really funny to me. A friend of mine, one of my best mates, a guy by the name of Matt, he owns a black cat that he calls Kiwi. Kiwi loves everyone but me. Kiwi hates my guts for some reason. I go over to Matt's place and sit down, and Kiwi will jump up on everybody else's laps and get pats and all of that sort of stuff. I so much as put my hand towards Kiwi, and it's the growling and the hissing, and like that cat just does not like me. I don't know what it is. Like I've got other friends' cats who love me and hate everybody else, but not Matt's cat Kiwi just doesn't want to have anything to do with me. It's really weird.
Well, I mean, we've all met you, so it's not that weird.
You've met me. Sir and Angry have yet to meet me. All right, so that's enough out of you.
Opie decides that everyone is at my house to visit him, not for me.
Yep. Well,
but
of course.
the only people that he hasn't liked that have ever come round, he never liked my older sister. Loves her husband, which is funny because Matt's never been a cat person, but both my cats that he's been around have been like, no, Matt, you're dealing with it. We love you.
There's a reason why some cats are like that. Cat lovers love cats, right? And they want to pat the cat all the time. And cats kind of just want to be left to themselves or make their own decisions on who pats who. Someone who doesn't like cats leaves the cat alone. And so the cat will say, they're leaving me alone. They're chill. I'm going to go hang with them.
I like them.
And yeah. And of course I'm generalizing, but that is a thing. If you want to pat a cat, if you're at someone's place and you want to pat a cat, ignore the cat.
You're being here. You're being annoying, aren't you, Opie?
Although, now you got me curious. What's that on your shirt there, Salimi?
Oh, I have... this was from a thing from the show Vikings. They did a crowdfunding thing. Wake up, kick ass, repeat, and it's the first wife that they had for Ragnar Lothbrok.
Yes, Agatha or whatever her name was.
Yes, Lagatha.
Lagatha, that's right.
Who is played by an absolutely stunning, gorgeous woman that I would just die if I ever got the chance to meet.
Yeah. That's fair.
I wouldn't know how to words. I would just be there bright red and looking like a fucking idiot.
No, I'm completely
mood. Angry has seen me when I've met someone who I've seen on TV who I think is hot and don't know how to deal with. I just go bright red and don't remember how to talk to them. So we ran into I can't even remember what his name was, this guy who had been on some talent thing on TV, who's a magician but a hot alternative guy. We ran into him in Minotaur. I just didn't know how to words.
Yes, I do remember that. Yeah.
My wife had a somewhat similar experience to that many moons ago when she was out at Bondi at a deaf meetup. And who should oversee this entire table of people signing frantically at each other and became very, very interested and curious as to what was going on, but Mr. Hugh Jackman himself.
Hot damn. Cool.
Hugh Jackman. Yeah.
I would lose it.
I'd lose it. He's gorge and he's lovely. Everyone I know who's ever met him has said how nice he is, and I'm like, I want to meet him.
Except for Ryan Reynolds. Hugh Jackman is just so over his shit. Like,
that thing that Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds have is hilarious.
I love
it. To Ryan Reynolds, it is.
Yes.
Hugh Jackman, he's so over it. He's just so over it.
Although the most recent one was Hugh Jackman essentially doing a thing with like, yeah, Wolverine should be in Deadpool 3, and I will kiss you I promise I will kiss on screen if you get
Really?
Wolverine in Deadpool 3. Yeah.
Nice.
I still love. I still
Ryan
love it.
Reynolds
He was.
is on record as saying he wants Deadpool to be explicitly bi in Deadpool 3.
And it's hard because, like,
Yeah.
technically he's gender fluid and pan, but
Yeah.
because
Yes.
it's the franchise that it is, even though it's not for fucking kids, they know how hard it's going to be, so they're at least trying to get buy-in. And
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
it's
Plus,
Deadpool.
like, because they're
He would
also
be
thinking
eating
about
foods if it
the
consents to it.
Chinese market.
One of
Oh,
the things
that
that I
too, yeah.
that I love in regards to the whole gay and buy-in shows and all of that sort of stuff, even though a lot of people are not a fan, one of the things that made me laugh a lot was Johnny Galecki, who was in The Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
The media tabloid bullshittery decided that he and Jim Parsons were in a secret gay relationship when it came to light that Jim Parsons was gay. And a reporter turned around to Johnny Galecki and just went, "So what do you say to these allegations that you're gay?" And Johnny Galecki turns around and goes, "Why is that something that I would need to defend myself from? Because quite frankly, that's not offensive."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
It's
Yeah.
like, that's the best fucking reaction to that question
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah. And because
Yeah.
I've had
He's not
trolled-
alone either.
Yeah.
Sorry. Daniel Radcliffe said something very similar.
Hmm.
Someone said he was gay, and he said he didn't deny it at all, and people kept on, "Why aren't you denying it?" And he said, "Well, because it's not an insult."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And me on a much smaller scale, like, I've had trolls do things like, "You must be gay," and I'm like, why do you even care? I can only conceive that you've come in with a deeply held desire to suck my dick, and that's why you're asking. And it's because because I don't know if you're male or female when you're doing it. You're either a dude who wants to suck my dick, and so you want me to say I'm gay, or you're a female who wants to suck my dick, so you want to know if I'm gay. That's the only reason you could possibly want to know if I'm gay. What does it affect your fucking world if I'm?
Yeah.
Because I honestly don't care if you're speculating, because I don't regard it as a negative thing. So I've got no interest in being defensive about it. I'm just wondering why you are so obviously fixated on sucking my dick, because that seems to be what's driving it.
And
to
it's
me.
not even a great dick.
Okay.
We're going to change the topic back to Deadpool because in the comments, Supper pointed out it's because of the Wolverine Origins movie. And yes, because they did Deadpool so fucking dirty in that movie.
That wasn't fucking Deadpool.
Yeah.
That was not fucking Deadpool, and
That
fuck
was-
anybody that says that it was.
Exactly. That it was bullshit.
Yeah.
And I love that that's become its own joke, but I really want to see Hugh Jackman as Wolverine in Deadpool. I know that Hugh Jackman doesn't want to get as ripped as he would need to. We've got CGI. He doesn't need to get that ripped.
I
He can
love
wear
the
the
fact
suit
that
with the dots. I'm fine with that. I
love
just
in,
need that.
one of the newer X-Men movies where they're starting to recruit all of the various mutants, and it kind of goes into that collage, and Hugh Jackman agreed to be Wolverine in that so long as that he was allowed to swear. And they were like, no worries at all.
That's the M-rated rule in America. You're allowed to say fuck once. And they came to recruit him, and he just said fuck off.
Hi, I'm Charles Xavier. Fuck off.
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself. That's the one. It was absolutely fantastic.
In Hamilton, when they put that on Disney, because they're only allowed one fuck, they said, unfortunately, we decided to remove it from the Southern motherfucking Democratic Republicans, or however they have that sentence set up. But yeah, and it works because it's like, it works that you're using motherfucking to highlight that statement in that argument. But even without it, it's still like the energy was still there. It was fine. But it just sounded really weird when I'm used to listening to the Spotify playlist where it's got it. And then I was like, oh, yeah, they don't have the swear in this bit.
To go back to gay being an insult, I remember when the whole same-sex marriage plebiscite was happening here in Australia. And,
it was a survey, not a plebiscite.
Sorry, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, that whole clusterfuck, let's just call it
Yeah.
that. When that was going on, a friend of mine's father was like, "Oh, we shouldn't be legalizing same-sex marriage because they're choosing to be in this relationship. They don't have to be that way." And he was basically trying to say that homosexuality was a choice. So I responded to his comment on my friend's Facebook, and I said, "Okay, a choice is this. You wake up in the morning and you decide that you're going to have your cup of coffee before you eat your breakfast, or that you're going to wear the red shirt as opposed to the blue shirt to work that day, or you're going to wear this aftershave as opposed to that aftershave. That's a choice. Every day that you wake up, that's a choice. If you wake up every day and you think to yourself, I don't want to suck a cock today, I want to be straight, might I just suggest that maybe, just maybe, you're interested in the 7-inch cock rammed right up your ass? Which, in case if you are, I offer my services, just so you know.
Yeah. There was one I saw recently with a guy saying, like, all these guys sort of, worried about the gay dudes and what that. You're not homophobic. It's
You don't like men treating you the way that you treat women.
No, I'm trying to think of I've had too many cocktails. What's the? Oh, yeah. Like a hypochondriac is where you think you're sick with something. He goes, you're not homophobic. You're homochondriac. You're actually scared you're gay. That's the thing. That's why you're so angsty about gay dudes, because you're actually scared you'll be into it.
But they're also scared gay men will find them attractive, which most of them don't even know how to wash their own ass. Gay men have a higher bar.
Yeah,
they really do. I mean, how often is it that you've got all of these like massive anti-gay hate preachers and all of that sort of shit that are all of a sudden found to be hiring boy escorts and
Yeah.
But again, one of my favorite thing with there was some obnoxious prick saying like, I don't want some gay dude fucking hitting on me and grabbing me. I was like, dude, you know that ugly and no personality thing you have that turns off women? It turns off the gay guys too.
It was like the legitimate incel that I fucking met, and I turned around to him and I said, "You are not involuntarily celibate. You're just making it really easy for women to go, nope."
Yeah. Every day you're choosing unattractiveness.
The amount of men on, the amount of cishet men on Bumble and Tinder and Hinge, I could fucking say that too. The reason that you're fucking single is because you are the problem.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Back when I was doing the videos with Mr. Sam about relationships and dating and whatnot, we actually had a message from someone saying like something about women who were being stupid about saying they didn't like anal sex because it hurt or whatever. And he said something about 6 different women saying they didn't like it. And as a joke, I replied like, the common thread in these 6 women not enjoying it seems to be you. And I did it as a joke, and he arced up so badly and fucking lost his shit. Like, no, it's not all these different. It's not me who's the problem. It's all these completely different women. They are all individually the problem. And I went, oh, and then I replied, dude, I was joking when I did that, but seeing your response, I am actually now convinced.
Yep.
Yeah. What started out as a joke has now become fucking fact. Yep.
Yeah, it's just like the common thread in these women, and it's not even about anal. It's just about the common thread in these women not enjoying sex is you. It's just like
no, a friend of mine was a member of one of those stupid fucking Facebook groups. It's one of those pickup artists, as they like to call themselves. And he'd made a comment on there that women are too choosy or something along those lines, And I basically, and he turned around and said, "Oh, women will only choose you if you're athletic, rich, and all of this sort of stuff." And I responded with, "I am none of those things, and I have got what most people would consider to be an absolutely fucking gorgeous wife. So your assertion is complete fucking bullshit. If you really want to look at why women don't want to date you, it might be because you think that the only thing that they're interested in is somebody who is buff, who's got the good car, who is rich, and that you're projecting that sort of bullshit onto them. They just go, that's toxic as fuck. I ain't touching that with a 10-foot pole, and run for the fucking hills. Like, all of this pickup artistry fucking bullshit is, when you look into it, it is about making women feel completely fucking ill at ease so that they will do something for you to basically make you go the fuck away.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And
I
also, sorry,
love-
I just saw something in the chat from it's a little while ago. It's like a little while ago now. But Ruku says, "Oh, Abigail's rocking a no FX shirt, and we're talking about Angry's dick. 10 out of 10. Best live stream."
Yeah, I was chatting to a guy on Tinder earlier. He's like, "What are you up to?" I was like, "Oh, watching a friend's live stream where we're just shit talking." And then he's just like, "Oh yeah, I'm watching gaming streams." I'm thinking, "Yeah, I'm not telling you the name of this stream."
A little known fact about NoFX's music: it is that bad that it was actually composed, written, and performed by Angry's dick.
Oh, by the way, Judgment has followed me.
Oh,
Oh my god!
He's like, "Right, you're now in bed. You finally took the hint. We're in bed. Why are you still awake?"
Yeah.
where is the snuggling? Where is the
Yeah.
snuggling?
You can sit there.
What is it? Dogs have masters, cats have servants.
Yes.
There's the meme that said like how they see it differently. Like a dog sees it, oh, they look after me, they pat me, they feed me, they must be gods. And a cat looks at them and goes, they look after me, they feed me, they pat me, I must be a god. And
Someone is
the
trying
other
to be bitey boy.
Look at it.
Oh.
Look at it. Those ears were fucking.
No, it's
Because he just knew he was doing the wrong thing.
the other one that was quite funny was the dog turning around to the cat and going, my human feeds me and bathes me and walks me and he does all of these things for me, and that's why I keep my human around, because he absolutely loves me. And the cat turns around and goes, I keep my human around because it has an opposable thumb for cat food tins.
Yes.
Good point.
That's about right. Yeah.
But yeah.
Sorry, Luke in the chat saying, yeah, I agree with you, man. People who freak out about furries, at least half of them are probably paranoid they'll be into it. So they have to really over the top say furries are weird and wrong because they're worried they'll be into it. I always wanted to do a sketch because I know it because I'm non-judgmental. I have a bunch of online friends who are furries. And I said, the whole thing with the furry culture of being inclusive and non-judgmental, I'd always wanted to do this sketch where a bunch of people at a furry convention are going like, I love our community. It's so inclusive. We don't judge. And one of them goes, yeah, it's great. I love it. So inclusive. We don't judge. In my day job, if people knew I was a furry, they'd cast me out. So I love this community. And someone says, oh, what's your day job? And he goes, I'm a tram inspector. And they would get the fuck out. Get the fuck out right now. There is no more hated group in Melbourne than the tram ticket inspectors.
Parking inspectors in Sydney.
Tram and train ticket inspectors are much more hated than parking inspectors, I will argue.
Yeah, no, tram ticket inspectors in Melbourne, there is no more hated group.
Yeah.
The reason why they're so hated in Sydney is because we have the most expensive fucking parking tickets in all of Australia.
Yeah.
It is fucking ridiculous. A friend of mine, they were parked for 15 minutes overtime. They got the bill in $410 fucking dollars.
God damn. Like I was on a tram once where these plainclothes ticket inspectors deployed themselves throughout the tram, and then they all suddenly whipped out their badges that were on lanyards and and I started pissing myself laughing. And I'm like, dude, this is not Law and Order. You are not SVU. You look like you look like fuck it. You all thought you looked cool whipping out that badge. You look like fucking idiots, honestly.
No, I will say very happily that furries, like, it's a little bit weird. Like, even for me, who is very positive about all of these things, I'm a bit like, okay, that's a new level. But my view on it is that, as I am with basically any other kink, is so long as you're doing it over there and not trying to include me, we're good.
Yes. Yeah. Again, I'm not a furry, although according to my friend Petty Wallaby, who is done, and I've used the cartoon she's drawn. My fursona is a Tasmanian devil, and I'm okay with that. Aidsy is a wombat, so she's actually done a series of cartoons of me as a Tasmanian devil and Aidsy as a wombat, and I'm like, that's fine. That's who we are.
That's definitely piqued my curiosity as to what the fuck would my fursona be. Like, I'm genuinely curious as to what that would be now.
I feel like that needs to be.
How do you find out? Is there a fucking
no? You've just
those quizzes
and
like those
also,
BuzzFeed quizzes.
I think Australia,
BuzzFeed. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
with all our marsupials and whatnot, Australians have the best persona options. Whether it be like a brush-tail possum, or I'm completely okay with being a Tasmanian devil, but you might be a quokka. A quokka would be an awesome persona.
Yeah.
I want to be a platypus.
A platypus. See,
There you
dude,
go.
you want to be a platypus? You are a platypus. That's it.
So it's one of the things. One of the things that I love in the deaf community is that you can get people get given sign names.
Yes.
And it's easier to say somebody's sign name than figure spelling their entire name every time.
Yes. Yeah.
And your sign name can only be given to you by another deaf person. It's not something that you can assign for yourself. And my wife has the distinct honor of actually having two sign names throughout her time. Her first sign name for the longest of times was Eleanor, because she always had her hair plaited over the side of her shoulder. So that was her sign name, was Eleanor, for the longest of times. But they've now changed her sign name to Eleanor. And it's because they remind her of one of the people from Adam's Family. So that's her sign name. I love my sign name that was given to me by a friend of mine. My sign name is the sign language S, Shannon. And it's an S on the chest, as in Superman. And it came about because of this funny joke that not a funny joke, just a stupid joke that I made with Eleanor, where I was, we were sitting around with this deaf friend, we're all signing, and I was being a bit of a cheeky bugger towards Eleanor. And Eleanor turned around inside and said, "Why do I love you?" And I'm like, "Because I'm Superman in the sack." And our deaf friend just thought it was the funniest thing in the world, and that's it. That's how my sign name came to be.
I love that.
I swear to God. Sorry, you know what you made me think of? Because I grew up watching the original cast of Sesame Street, and they had a deaf woman in the 70s on Sesame Street, Linda, and Bob, one of the original guys from Sesame Street, was romantically involved with Linda, and he talked about how names work in signing, and he said like L for Linda, but I don't do it the whole thing. The sign language for queen in sign is like a sash across here. Yep. And so I call her L across here, because she's a queen to me. And when Bob's going, she's a queen to me, I went, "You're a bottom, aren't you, Bob?"
One of the great things about Australian Sign Language is
it's a really weird episode of Sesame Street.
This is the sign. This is the sign for Australia. Okay, that's the sign for Australia. Now, people think, oh, it's because of kangaroos, right? It's like, no, it's because the English went over there, over there. That's how Australia got its sign language name.
Oh my God. Sorry, Salumi, you were trying to say something, I think.
I've found a fursona quiz, so I'm going to find out what my fursona is. But in the midst of me finding that, I found out that someone's fursona is a fucking velociraptor, and that is amazing. I love that.
Nice.
There's some people who like choose dragons and dinosaurs and stuff, which is awesome.
That is amazing. I was just like, I'm so limited in my understanding of furries because it's just not a world I've been exposed to. Especially because like Adelaide, our furry community is really small, and
Yeah.
for some reason doesn't seem to be part of the main kink scene, and I'm not part of that scene because there's a lot of toxic fake doms and abusers in that scene anyway.
Oh yes, yes. I tell you, another good Australian fursona would be the quoll, the native cat. Quolls are super
Yes.
cool.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, a quoll would be a really good fursona.
Another one, the Australian sign for island is island. Okay. And people are like, oh, is that because of the glint of the rock, you know, the shamrock or whatever?
Yeah.
No, it's the English going, fuck off. That is how Ireland got its sign name.
Even though the English didn't really do that because they had to fight so fucking hard.
But it's still like Vietnam for the longest of times was Vietnam because of the hats.
Oh
but
God, there was a lot of really non-PC.
very
signs,
racist fucking signs. There was the sign for China was China.
Yeah, slanty
Oh,
eyes.
geez.
The Jewish one was this for a hook nose.
Yep.
Oh,
I know.
No,
they don't use
sign,
these anymore.
No, they don't. No, the sign for China now is China because of the dresses and how they kind of go across and like diagonally down. So that's China now. Vietnam is a sort of like a finger drawing of how the island looks on a map. And stuff like that. So they are kind of progressing in sign names for various things. But like one of the things about sign language that a lot of people don't know is that it is a language that completely lacks subtlety.
Yes.
Okay. It does not exist. Okay. To give you a terrific example of that, let's say that you lose contact with a friend for 10 odd years. And then you meet that friend again, and inside of that 10 years, that friend has packed on 100 pounds. You're not going to turn around and go, "Oh my God, you've gotten really fucking fat. Oh my God." Right? That's
sorry.
In sign language, the first words out of their hands is going to be, "Wow, you've gotten fat." And this is perfectly acceptable in sign language.
Yeah.
It's perfectly polite.
Way back in the 90s, I marshaled for the Mardi Gras in Sydney, and whatnot. And the particular bit of the parade I happened to be sort of holding the crowd back was a group of deaf people, and they were signing, and they were asking me. And what was hilarious was how clear these hand signals were. They were just saying, "Hey, you know, we've got some friends in the parade," and they pointed at me and said, "Are you?" They went, "Are you straight, gay?" And this is not the sign language for gay anymore.
No, it's not.
Used to be gay, but they went like, are you straight, gay, or bi? I loved, and I actually knew exactly what the signing meant when they went, "Are you straight, gay, or bi?" And I went, "Oh my God, I actually know what you're saying to me."
Yes.
The still accepted sign for bisexual right now in Australia is bi.
Yeah, what are you going to do? What are you
A
going to
little
do?
from column A, a little from column B. Like that is the sign for bi. I love it.
Luke
but
just said furry meets do happen in Adelaide every month. I'm not.
That's good.
I'm not around.
Choking on Ashes wants us to do a fursona for it. Okay, because you're English, it's got to be so fursona for Choking on Ashes. When I think England, it's got to be either a fox or a badger or
there's a BuzzFeed fursona quiz.
What's up, Salumi?
There is a BuzzFeed fursona quiz. Because I don't like the other one. I got told I'm supposed to be a fucking goose. No. They
So can you do us a favor? Can you post the link to this fursona thing in the chat box of this? And I'm going to do and I'm going to do it as well. I'm going to see what my fursona is. I'm curious.
All right. So I'm going to bring it up. So
did that even work properly?
Okay.
Yeah, it did.
So the pro profs
That's the one.
quiz.
The second one, the BuzzFeed one.
All right.
The second one, is it?
One?
Okay. Yep. Okay. Which unique fursona should you have? All right. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen Zootopia.
I'm actually going to do a share screen to show it.
Okay.
Where are we? Chrome tab. Which unique fursona should you have? All right.
So is it showing up?
Okay.
Yes, it is.
So which unique persona? Okay, favorite Zootopia character. Okay,
I
Yeah,
never
I've
watched
never seen that
Zootopia,
movie.
so I don't know.
I haven't
I just
watched
watched one.
Zootopia, but just looking at those pictures,
Look, for me, it's going to be Flash because I'm just that guy.
the sloth. Let's pick the sloth.
All right, I'm
How
gonna
would
put
every-
it here.
I want to know
Funny.
how would you all describe me out of that?
Funny, cute. I think I'm shady, honestly.
All right. Actually, what we're going to change this up a little bit, Angry. You
Yeah?
are not allowed to answer these questions. We are going to answer these questions for you. Okay,
right.
and you
All
need to
right.
click on it.
I
All right.
need to go back one. So for me,
Yep.
okay, which of these Zootopia characters is most like me? Okay.
Okay.
I reckon.
All right. I'm getting a Finnick
I don't
vibe.
know. I'm getting either Nick or Finnick, but I haven't seen
Yeah.
the movie. I have no idea what their
No, but
character.
just purely on visual. Purely on
Yeah.
visual.
I'd go Nick.
Yeah, I think
right,
Nick.
Nick it is.
All right, so we're Nick.
Yep, no
So
worries.
Okay.
which of these am I? Funny, smart, cute, awkward, shady, or complex?
Look, I mean, smart and funny definitely come to mind.
Smart
Shady
and
just
funny,
because
yeah.
it's funny.
But
Being
I reckon smart.
I'm
Yeah,
going to go with
smart.
smart. Yeah.
All right, we're going with smart. Oh, social media platform. That's
Oh,
obviously
definitely
YouTube.
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 Obviously
Yeah.
YouTube. A regular persona. Wolf,
Okay,
bear,
ooh.
panther. Which of those is
definitely-
me?
I
Bear
can't
is
think of Bear
screaming at me.
without
Bear.
it being gay Bear. So
Bear. Yeah, bear. I'm
There it
Bear.
is.
A Netflix
Pick a-
TV show.
Okay.
Based on-
BoJack Horseman is me.
Yeah, but you're not an ass like he is.
No, but the
Yeah.
show. It's either Black
Oh, the
Mirror
show.
or BoJack Horseman.
Yeah.
I reckon
I-
BoJack Horseman.
All right. Let's
Yeah.
go BoJack. Let's go
Alright.
BoJack.
BoJack.
All
A
right.
name. Okay.
all right.
Oh
Oh,
shit.
Lana Del Rey.
Okay. No.
Chad.
Chad. It's Chad.
Chad.
It's fucking
Chad.
Chad.
It's
I'm
Chad.
Chad.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
Chad. Okay, I'm
Yep.
Chad. A place to visit.
Place
Bora
to
Bora,
visit.
England, New
Italy,
York.
Iceland, Thailand.
Which of those is
Ooh.
me?
I see you as England. I would see
Yeah,
you
I
visiting England.
I could definitely see an angry tour
Out
of
of all
England going on.
those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, England. We're saying England. What's a typical Friday night?
Gossiping with friends.
Gossiping with friends.
1,000%. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Pick your
Okay. My
favorite
favorite food of these is pizza. It's absolutely
Okay.
yeah,
pizza.
I was
Go
gonna
pizza
say
then.
pizza.
Yep,
It's
pizza.
classic.
Pizza. Finally, a dessert. cookies.
Dessert.
Ooh.
Chocolate
Oh,
cake.
no. For me, it's
Look.
probably cookies or creme brulee.
Oh, creme brulee.
Yeah.
No,
I'm
I'm
getting
getting-
chocolate cake vibes. I'm getting
I'm
chocolate
getting-
cake vibes
Yeah, no, I'm
for angry.
definitely getting a chocolate cake for angry.
All right,
Yeah.
chocolate cake. Chocolate cake.
Yeah.
Chocolate cake.
You're
a koi fish. Okay.
All right.
Could I ask a favor and we do that for me?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Let's
Yep.
do it again. Let's do it again. Okay, so
This is hilarious.
This is
okay,
great.
so all right, so I've got to do the share screen again. Sorry. I absolutely reject koi fish, by the way. But,
I know, I've done 2 quizzes. One told me I'm a goose, the other told me I'm a black mamba snake, and I'm like, no.
Okay.
So I'm either
Alright.
aggressive and a
You have
dick,
to refresh the
or
page.
I'm going
or
to kill you.
yeah, I do.
Those are not me.
Right. Okay, so
Koi
for
fish. Wow.
Abigail.
For Abigail. Okay.
Abigail.
Gazelle.
No, I'm
sorry.
Judy. Either Judy or Gazelle, but I'm feeling more Judy from Abigail because,
Yeah.
she's a policeman, and Abigail will fucking call you up on your
Grammar
toxic
police.
bullshit.
Grammar police.
Yeah.
Grammar police, exactly.
Okay, Judy
And-
Hall. Judy
and
Hall.
Star Trek and
Okay.
Star Trek police.
So
Uh,
funny, smart, cute, awkward, shady. I'm leaning towards
Look-
smart again.
Look,
Yeah.
I've got to go towards Shady because I played Among Us with her, but on that same token, cute and smart definitely come for that one. But if somebody were to say what would be the defining characteristics of Abigail for me, I would say smart before I said cute.
All right, we'll go with smart.
If that was me answering that, it would have been awkward.
No,
For sure.
Smart. We're going with smart.
Yeah.
So what's your favorite social media platform?
Facebook.
You have to answer that one. Facebook. Okay.
Facebook?
Yeah,
All right,
Facebook.
Facebook.
Because
Okay,
because Reddit
yeah.
isn't there.
All right, which of these do we think Abigail is?
Leopard.
Leopard? Okay.
Leopard.
Okay, leopard. Netflix show. What would you say, Abigail?
Orange is the new black.
I kind of lean towards Orange is the New Black as well.
Alright.
Either that or Black Mirror.
All right, let's go Orange. is the
But
New
I would have chosen. Sorry,
Too late. I chose Orange. is the New
it's sure. Pick a name for your persona.
Drusilla, the goddess of hell. 1000%.
Yes. Yes. So what place
Where-
do you
where
want
would I
to visit?
Well, she's already visited Thailand.
Hmm.
Mm.
But a place that she might enjoy, in my feeling of the things, it would most likely be Iceland. Norse countries generally have a much more progressive society, much more progressive people.
That's
So
pretty
I feel,
cool.
yeah.
Iceland?
Yeah, I'm
Typical
vibing
Friday
that.
night probably has to be gossiping with friends again. Or
Yeah.
sleeping.
Well,
It's either sleeping or gossiping with friends.
only because gaming isn't there. Like,
Yeah.
If gaming was there, that'd be a fucking hands down.
that'd
without a
be
shadow of
it.
a doubt.
Yeah.
Well, you gossip with your friends while you're gaming, so let's go with gossiping with friends.
Gossiping with
Sure.
friends. And
All right, what's your
food
favorite food out of that?
What's out of that?
Out of that.
Oh, that is a difficult choice. I reckon pizza.
Pizza?
Yeah. Pizza or pad thai.
Finally, dessert.
Oh, apple pie, 100%.
Apple pie? 100%?
Not even.
Okay. Oh, you're a black
Black-
mamba.
Oh, a black mamba.
Hey, you got the same as me.
I'm a self-aware snake.
Self-aware
Pride in my
snake.
shadiness, and people
right.
respect your confidence.
No, Angry, we got to
Well-
redo it for me now. Come on.
All
We got to
right,
find out what my
Yep.
persona is.
No, absolutely.
Sorry, I just got to fucking sort my shit out. All right.
I
So,
kind of want to
Is-
see what you guys
Is
pick
my
for me. What
webcam
the-
better down there?
what I
I wish I
got.
could just put it right in the middle of my monitor. Because I'm like looking down. It's so weird. I hate
all right. So for Shannon, Zootopia character first up. Flash?
Oof.
I don't know.
Look,
Oh,
it's either Flash or Clawhauser, and if you
Yeah.
decide Clawhauser, I won't be offended.
look, you used to be a police officer, didn't you?
Yeah.
That's true.
So Clawhauser.
There you go.
Clawhauser? Okay. Shady? Sorry, I'm just
I can't deny it's. You know,
it's gonna be Shady. We're going with Shady. Okay.
Yeah, we're going for shady.
What's your favorite social media platform? Shannon?
Facebook. Yeah, Facebook.
Facebook. Okay. Okay. What do we think Shannon is? Bear.
Bear, absolutely.
Bear.
Yeah,
100% bear.
Bear.
Yep.
What's your favorite Netflix show of these ones, Shannon?
Black Mirror.
Black Mirror.
I would
Right.
I would go Black Mirror, yeah.
Yeah. And now a name
Pick a
for
name.
Shannon.
Chad.
Nugget? Chad.
I'd go Nugget if this was
Yeah,
me. I'd go
Nugget.
Nugget.
Yeah,
Nugget?
okay, Nugget. Yeah.
Nugget? Okay. And
Yep.
where do you want to visit?
Oh, not even a fucking question. Iceland, 1000%.
Iceland. Okay.
Cool.
That's cool. And a typical Friday night, we're going to go gossiping
Gossiping
with
with
friends.
friends.
I mean, if it wasn't for this, I'd be watching Netflix without a shadow of a doubt. So it's either of those two.
Let's do that. And your favorite food from this selection?
Ramen
Ramen.
Cool.
with
All right.
yeah, easy
And
choice.
finally, a
Some
dessert.
dessert.
S'mores. S'mores.
S'mores. Okay.
Ooh.
S'mores. You're a wombat.
Hey, nice.
Excellent.
I am soft and adorable,
Soft
but a little
and
stubborn at
adorable.
times. I always light up a room. That is, if you actually feel like going somewhere.
That's an excellent one.
I
That's
want
an
to see if we do one for me, whether it's
Yeah, let's
different
do
with your
Salumi now.
input
Yeah.
Yep.
than what I
Yep.
got.
No, we're down this rabbit hole. Let's do
Salumi.
Salumi.
Yeah, we're all doing it. Okay, so got to share the screen again.
Make Angry do all the work.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm fine. So, which of the Zootopia characters do we think?
Look,
Ooh.
I am
Nick.
definitely.
I
I
reckon
am getting.
Nick.
I'm getting a Nick
Nick?
vibe, a complete Nick
Yeah,
vibe.
Yeah.
we're going
Yeah.
for Nick vibe.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
All right. So, where are we gonna put Slimy?
Complex, without a shadow of a doubt. Complex.
Complex.
That's
I was
good. Yeah.
cute or complex, one of the two.
I've already done complex. So, what's your favorite social media platform?
It doesn't have TikTok, so and Tumblr doesn't count anymore because they've removed all the good shit.
I know.
Instagram.
Instagram.
Instagram,
Okay.
yep.
Insta. So, which persona do we see for Salumi?
I don't know why, but for some reason with Salumi, Panther is screaming at me.
It's Opie's fault.
So I would have gone with Lion.
Ooh.
Lion works.
Yeah,
I was leaning
because
between Wolf
like
and Lion.
lions, like I mean, they're all like kind of like ferocious animals, but lions are also kind of cruisy, kind of laid back. In the
Yeah.
Yeah,
cat
but
world.
but
So-
if you fuck with them, they'll tear your face off. So
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
absolutely.
Yeah.
So
Great.
yeah,
Okay, Lion.
Yeah,
We
we'll go with Lion. Yep.
Now, what of these?
Pick a
What's
TV
your
show.
TV show, Salumi?
Queer Eye. Hello, Jonathan Van Ness.
yes, yeah, you're right.
Queer Eye. Yeah. Queer Eye. Okay, what name are we going to go with, Salumi?
Like Lana Del Rey for some reason.
Lama Del Rey, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Lana Del Rey.
Yep.
Go with Lana Del- And which is the one you want to visit, Salumi?
It would be Iceland because I want to see the
Iceland?
Northern.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Northern Lights.
Let's make
Everyone
it
wants
happen,
to go
Salumi. Yeah.
Typical
All right, come
Friday night.
Gossiping with you bitches.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What's your favorite food?
Oh,
Of those
pizza.
ones.
Look, I can't deny.
Yeah,
You know.
that's pretty good.
Oh, BuzzFeed.
Pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh, Nettie's here.
No,
Hey,
hey,
Nettie.
Oh,
we're doing a
we should totally get,
BuzzFeed.
we should totally get
Um,
Nettie in here and do the same quiz for her.
Yeah,
Yes.
look, Nettie, just in case you're interested, there's the link. I've just posted the link again. So with that was stupid fun. That was just that was
But I love
great.
it, like that's been one thing that I've found interesting dating, like using online dating apps now versus a few years ago, is that people are much more open about their kinks now, and I think that's because people just don't give as much of a fuck anymore. Like
Yeah.
it's just this is who I am, this is what I'm into. Either you're into it or you're not. So
Well,
it's
just
been
too
good in
much
terms
fucking
of
around, you know.
Yeah,
it cuts things out, but like also then it just also leads to a lot of Googling, and if anyone searches my internet history, I apologize.
Oh, Nettie's saying she's already full of whiskey and in bed with the light off. That's
Ah.
okay. Just hang out with us in a really passive way, Nettie. That's fine.
So hi Annette, we are choosing personas. What was it? My internet cut out. For whom? Choking on Ashes?
Oh, for me, it was the armadillo.
She's goofy, but we
Who
all
are you
love
asking?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
it'd
'cause
be
we all did each other.
yeah.
We all did each
Uh,
other.
Did
So,
we?
I-
Did we
Like,
have
that's a
a
good Saturday night.
I got a wombat, which I'm actually kind of okay with. Salumi got an armadillo. Ozzy got a koi fish.
Koi
And
fish.
I forget what Abigail's was.
Black
Black
Mamba.
Mamba.
for Abigail.
Black Mamba. That's the one.
Which just makes me think of Kill Bill.
Yeah,
Salumi. Yeah.
Yes.
Salumi got armadillo.
Yeah, but it's all good. It's all good. But I'm because my persona has already been drawn, and I'm a Tasmanian devil. That's all there is to it. But yeah,
fair enough.
fucking koi fish. That is not a persona. persona.
Weird.
That is fucking
If I had to
weird.
pick one myself, it'd probably be a cat, like just a cat,
Yeah, no. If I had to pick
or
my
it'd just be a cat girl.
for
Yeah.
mine,
There you go.
You've got the cat girl ears. Yeah.
yeah. For me, it'd have to be the sloth. Like just lie around and just fucking chill, because that's me. So like 100%. Although the whole like only pooping once a week thing, though, that might get a little bit uncomfortable. But yeah.
I don't know what I would choose because
Yeah.
I'm just like I'm a non-binary pansexual. I can't make a fucking choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh goodness, this isn't about Kill Bill. No, Nettie, we were doing a silly BuzzFeed quiz on. We were talking about furries and how does a furry get given their first owner, as it were? And it turns out that they could just choose it for themselves. But Salumi decided that they would have a look and see if there was like a silly online quiz. And Abigail made the quip, "Oh, we should try and find one from BuzzFeed." And lo and behold, Salumi found one from BuzzFeed. So we did our first Sona quizzes using the BuzzFeed, and the best one by far and away is absolutely Angry Aussies, because apparently he's a koi fish.
Yes.
So
that's something.
I'd never heard of a koi fish before now.
Yeah. I was just scrolling through something totally unrelated on Reddit, and it reminded me of Abigail when you were doing those helpful tips the other night. This one's awesome.
Yeah.
Gym tip. Work out smart, not hard. A lot of people at the gym go and lift the big weights, but actually the small weights are lighter and much easier to lift.
Yes,
True.
That's an excellent tip.
Dead on.
That is a great
Yeah.
tip.
I have been astounded at I don't know. Oh, actually, no. Now I can figure out why the algorithm decided that I needed fitness stuff on my TikTok. It's because the kink creators were talking about how to get certain muscle groups built up for certain activities, and obviously that was like, maybe we want fitness. And I'm like, no, bring me back to kink talk, please. But the audacity of some of the like men in gyms of like there's someone on a platform trying to do a lift, and if they drop that weight on you, it will hurt you, and they just walk through the space.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, I've always said that if I could open up a gym, my gym would be like advertised literally as, if you are one of the guys that wants to go out and build up a metric fuck ton of muscle mass and all of that sort of stuff, this gym is not for you.
Yeah.
If you are a person who, for health reasons, for personal reasons, wants to come in and tone up and lose a couple of pounds and feel comfortable while doing so, this gym is for you. And I would hand choose personal trainers who are not going to be like, oh, you need to hit this thing and then you need to eat this many proteins and this many carbs and rah. Like, the personal trainer would have a much more personal touch in what are you trying to achieve and what can we do to try and help you achieve those goals. Like, just because I do think that it's one of the reasons that a lot of people do find it very difficult to lose weight is finding a gym that is more accepting. Because when I used to go to the gym frequently when I was younger and I was in shape, I never got a second look. Right? I'm a young guy. I'm in shape. I'm out there lifting weights, and absolutely, square peg, square hole. I go out there now as an overweight middle-aged man, and all of these guys who have got biceps the size of both of my fucking legs are looking at me like, what are you doing here? And it's like, I've got more of a fucking reason to be here than you do, asshole.
Exactly. Yeah. Sorry, just remind. I think it's a Brooklyn Nine-Nine joke. I think it's something Gina said. Someone asking the question, "What do you notice first when a man approaches you?" And the answer was the audacity.
Yes.
Luke Morford, yes.
How good is that?
Luke Morford, yes. I used to be a police officer. I was a police officer for 4 years. And that's all we need to say about that.
Yeah. Sorry, I noticed that Nettie's saying, did furries rage from the naughty corner? No, the furries are all still in the naughty corner. And that's
The furries want to be in the naughty
that's how
corner.
they like it. Yeah.
Yes.
They like the naughty
Leave,
corner.
and
They
find
like
appropriate
horny jail.
facilities, they'll be fine. I laughed at with like the audacity. I going back to medical autonomy for people. I've had a few friends lately who have been trying to just get like breast reductions, and someone I know got told quite literally by a doctor, "Have you tried getting resized for a bra?"
What the
Wow.
fuck? Shit.
Like, no, a 30-year-old
fuck?
woman never thought to get a new bra size. Are you shitting me?
Jesus.
And because I was just like, the fucking audacity for that to be this, like, no. And also the reason that this doctor gave to not be able to do a reduction was bullshit, because if you can save nipples and create nipples for complete top surgery, you can do them for a breast reduction. This was just someone who didn't want to size down a size G cup.
Yeah.
All that was.
A friend of ours, oddly enough, by the name of Shannon, she needed to get breast reduction surgery. She was very, very, very top heavy. And it was causing all sorts of medical issues for her. And so she needed to get breast reduction for her medical issues. And the fucking hoops that she had to jump through just for breast reduction, let alone getting rid of them altogether, was absolutely insane. And to be clear, they took her down to a D cup and she's thrilled.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because it seems to be with a lot of these doctors, the defense is, but guys really like boobs. Why are you trying to
It's like that to go back to another Simpsons episode where Marge goes in for plastic surgery and they accidentally get fake breasts. I'm going to tell my husband, yes, I'm sure he's going to be furious. Yes.
It blows my mind, like, how much I know so many like women who have joint issues, back issues, and then also this particular person who was told most recently to try a different bra size because apparently being a G cup was somehow not the issue, has another underlying condition that causes spinal issues. So being a bigger cup size is part of what is contributing to her back pain. She needs to be able to exist without being in agony. Like, I don't get why that's hard, but you know, the audacity.
Well, it still always comes back to her body, her fucking choice. Because if a guy wanted to go out and get penile implants or something like that, there's no fucking questions asked. If a woman wants to go out and make her boobs bigger, provided that she's got the money, no questions asked.
Yeah,
but the moment that somebody wants to
get a reduction,
the moment that somebody wants to take away, all of a sudden that's somehow fucking taboo. And it's that's fucking ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, because I could go in tomorrow if I wanted to and get liposuction on my belly to try and get rid of it, as opposed to doing the sensible thing and eating right and hitting the gym and all of that sort of shit. You know, but nobody had asked me a fucking question. It's like, yep, sure, give us a check, and you know, here's the vacuum cleaner, let's get to it. But if I went in there and said, I want my penis removed, all of a sudden that's not acceptable.
That takes years.
And
lots of money.
Sorry, I didn't.
And multiple psychologists, multiple psychiatrists.
Sorry, I honestly didn't think of that in a trans view of the world. My apologies on that one.
You're just randomly wanting to remove the penis. It's getting in the way. It's awkward. It embarrasses me. I just want it gone.
It's too long.
Yeah.
Look, it's bulky, but it's carry on, and the doctor tells me not to lift anything heavy. And, you know, no. Look, I mean, look. The truth be told, my penis is only 3 centimeters from the floor. No. Problem is, my legs are only 3 inches long.
Does anyone remember that movie, the one that brought Billy Bob Thornton to fame, Sling Blade, where he plays the developmentally disabled guy who killed he killed his mother and her lover and got institutionalized. But there's one bit where he's working with these guys in a mechanics thing, and they're telling a joke about, yeah, these good old boys, and these two good old boys, they're taking a piss off a bridge, and one of them says, "Damn," as they're standing there, one of them goes, "Damn, this water's cold," and the other one goes, "Yeah, it's deep too." Because they're pissing off a bridge, and the whole thing is their dick's so long it's reaching. And when this guy who has his own special style tries to tell the joke to someone else, he goes, "Two gentlemen were taking a whiz off a bridge. One of them said, 'Water's cold.' The other one says, 'Yeah, it's deep too.'" And it's just the way he tells the joke without any sort of context around it, and he tells the entire joke in like 5 seconds. He goes, "Water's cold, it's deep too," and it's just like, yeah, you've got the words of the joke. I think you haven't quite got the rhythm yet.
Yeah.
It's like, but I haven't seen that movie for a while. But yeah, Billy Bob Thornton is very good in that movie.
I watched The Green Mile the other weekend.
That was
always tugs on the heartstrings. That one always.
I realized it was
Great
the
movie.
first time I'd watched a Oh, now I'm going to say his name in the wrong order because people with multiple names confuse me. Michael Clark Duncan or Michael Duncan Clark, however, whatever
I
order
think it's
it's
Clark Duncan. Yeah.
Seriously, three names in a thing. I can't do it. My brain doesn't know how to order them. The best is when I try to say
he's got
Salumi.
three first names. Yeah.
I won't pull out my birth certificate and show it on cam to confirm this, but on my birth certificate, my name is Shannon Christopher Douglas Jose Hanlon.
why.
Get fucked.
Yeah.
I would
You
just
wouldn't
get
be able
so
to use that
confused.
as a
Everybody
professional name in
everybody in my
film.
fucking in my family wanted to have a turn at naming me because I was the only planned pregnancy, and I think my dad literally said I was just fucking annoyed, so I went, "Fuck it."
It's like,
Shannon
I
Anthony Douglas Christopher Jose Hanlon.
Like I have them laughing at work because we put our initials on all our notes that we leave in files, and so my surname is staying the same, but now I'm like Cialumi, so it's SLPJ. And so when I'm talking to my colleagues and they'll be like, "Oh, I need to note that I referred to you," and they're just like, "Fuck, what are your initials?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm sorry."
Just all the initials.
There's a lot. I've not made this easy. But yeah, for some reason, I always struggle with the three name things. But it was the first movie of his that I'd watched since he passed in like 2012, because I love him so much as an actor. I knew I'd get upset. And yeah, I was crying within the first 20 minutes of the movie because I was like, I can't watch any new movies.
Yes. Yeah, he died far too young, Michael Clark Duncan. Yeah.
I didn't realize he actually started in Hollywood after being a security guard and bodyguard for people like Jamie Foxx and all that kind of thing. And he quit that because of what happened to Notorious B.I.G.
Yeah.
What? I don't know any of these stories.
Getting whacked by Suge Knight, but sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Suge
Suge
Knight
was definitely
is
innocent.
the only person I would make an exception to the death penalty for.
Suge Knight, he's a piece of shit.
I hope that someone throw him in Gen Pop with a whole bunch of people who know what he did and no one to protect him.
He's in prison at the moment, isn't he?
Problem is he's protected.
Yeah,
because I'm pretty sure he's in the blood. Yeah. And what needs to happen is they need to cut ties and just get rid of him. But, you know, they're not going to do that.
No, he's fucking garbage.
Amen to that. To change the topic, though, I've got a joke for you.
Go for it.
Have you heard the joke about the logical scientist by chance?
No.
Well, it goes, two builders are seated either side of a table in a rough pub in a rough part of the neighborhood, and a really well-dressed guy enters in his three-piece suit, the whole kit and caboodle, you know, and the two builders kind of look at each other and like, what do you reckon he does for a living? Oh, I don't know. I reckon he might be an accountant. The other way's like, nah, come on, he's got to be a stockbroker or something like that. The guy goes, oh, there's no way that he's a bloody stockbroker. A stockbroker wouldn't fucking come in here. And, they keep on arguing over it. And basically the guys are like, you know what? Bugger it. I'm going to find out. I'm going to go up and I'm going to ask him. So he comes up and he goes, excuse me, sir. No offense meant, but me and my mate over there, we were wondering, what do you do for a living? And the guy goes, oh, no offense taken. I'm a logical scientist. So what's a logical scientist then? Well, I'll explain by example. Do you have a goldfish at home? Well, yeah. And do you keep that goldfish in a bowl or a pond? He goes, it's in a pond. And he goes, well, if you've got a goldfish in a pond, that must mean that you've got a large backyard. Yeah. And if you've got a large backyard, that must mean that you've got a pretty large house. Yeah. And if you've got a large house, that must mean that you've got a pretty big family. Yeah. And he goes, if you've got a pretty big family, that must mean that you've got a really beautiful wife. Yeah. And if you've got a big family and a really beautiful wife, I doubt very highly that you masturbate very often. He goes, oh, I don't need to. I've got a really great active sex life. He goes, see, that's what a logical scientist does. By asking you just, do you have a goldfish in a pond or a bowl, I was able to figure out all of these things. And he goes, oh, okay, great, no worries. And he heads back over to his mate. And his mate goes, so what does he do? And he goes, oh, he's a logical scientist. And he goes, what's a logical scientist do? And he goes, well, let me ask you a question. Do you own a goldfish? He goes, no. And he goes, oh, you fucking wanker.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. I was just checking because Choking on Ashes asked if Suge Knight's still in prison. Yeah, he was sentenced to 28 years only 3 years ago.
Sorry,
and
who's that?
given how much COVID has been spreading through the American prison system, whether or not he's alive for the remainder of that sentence
is up to him.
Who is it? Sorry?
Suge Knight, S-U-G-E, Suge Knight. He was very influential in 90s American hip hop. He's a violent criminal thug who took over.
So Suge Knight started Death Row Records with Dr. Dre after Dre had got out of the contract
NWA.
with NWA. And then Dre left all of his original work with Death Row Records because Suge Knight is in with the Bloods and has too many connections to a whole bunch of other really nasty people through that. So Dre just left it and started Aftermath. But Suge Knight got done for manslaughter, voluntary manslaughter, hit and run charge. So 22 years of his 28-year sentence is for the hit and run. 6 years for it being a third strike for his run-ins with the law and violating probation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm still at a fucking loss for words as to how R. Kelly isn't in fucking prison.
I have no idea who the hell any of you are talking about.
Yeah.
R.
I don't know any of these people.
R. Kelly is known he's known as a fucking pedophile.
Yeah, but the problem is that he intimidates and then he holds he will hold evidence over on the victims so that they won't want to come forward, and then when they do come forward they're threatened with all this stuff he has on them because they were minors and he was creating his own cult. We just accidentally on purpose blow him up, but that's me.
This is all from 90s American hip hop.
Okay.
And Suge Knight was in a car with Tupac when Tupac was shot dead. And
because Tupac was on Death Row Records.
Suge Knight didn't catch a single bullet. In other words, Suge Knight actually set Tupac up and got him killed.
Because Tupac was going to leave Death Row Records and go to Aftermath because he wanted to work with Dre.
Yeah.
Because Dre was the reason he got into hip hop in the first fucking place.
Yeah. And Suge Knight's just a horrible person.
Reminds me of one of my favorite memes, which was a picture of Snoop Dogg with Martha Stewart. And it says, in this photo, only one of these people is a convicted felon, and it's not who you might think.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I love,
jail time for tax evasion. Yes.
I love that Snoop Dogg, I have my own issues with Snoop Dogg because he does protect people in the hip hop community who are criminals and who should be in jail for certain behaviors that I don't agree with. But I like that he has been open and honest about the fact that he is around those people and he doesn't pretend to be anything other than who he is. I just
Yeah.
have an issue with the fact that he doesn't call out R. Kelly for being as problematic and as rapey as he is. I
Yeah.
have a lot of problems with people protecting those people.
Oh yeah, amen. Yeah,
Like 50 Cent does the same thing. Like, fuck 50 Cent.
I enjoy Snoop Dogg because he is actually an intelligent person.
Yes.
I enjoy Snoop Dogg because he's always been open and honest about smoking pot and marijuana and whatnot. Although I love the fact that he went smoking with bloody well-known country white boy, old guy. Shit.
Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson.
Yeah, they're both
Apparently,
mates, smokers, yeah.
yeah, apparently he went out smoking with Willie Nelson, and he was like, he's the only guy that has ever fucking outsmoked me. I
Yeah.
was done, dusted, and in bed, and Willie was like, "Where's more?" Like he took his hat off to Willie Nelson on that one, apparently.
Yeah.
But
And
sorry, go ahead.
oh, sorry, I was just gonna say, choking on ashes was just saying Dr. Dre battered his wife. Literally, almost anyone in hip hop has history of DV because a lot of them have grown up where that is the norm. It does not excuse the behavior. It is a trend that they are talking out about, and a lot of them are trying to change it. I have more issues with people like T.I. who literally will get virginity checks on his adult daughter.
Oh,
Yes, I remember that.
That's
fucking, that's
disgusting.
creepy as hell.
Dr. Dre getting into an altercation with his wife was problematic, but it happened years ago, and he has spoken out about it and has talked about how that's not okay and has been a big advocate for changing that dynamic, particularly in Black American communities.
I still scream about domestic violence being this fucking absolute plague throughout like most professional sports. Football players, soccer players, all of these sorts of things.
Oh yes,
the fucking toxic masculinity that is on display that turns into beating their fucking wives. And it's like every time that you hear all of these fucking various reports about, oh, this person's going away for assault, it's always because they punched some guy at a pub. But you rarely, if ever, hear about like all of the black eyes and the horrible fucking things that they do to their wives until their wives speak up about it. And then all of a sudden it's, oh, they assaulted this person, this wife person before, and now they're going to get into trouble for it as opposed to getting into fucking trouble for it at the time.
Exactly.
Like it's fucking toxic as hell. It really
but
is.
It's been interesting
one
hearing
of the reasons that I can't fucking stand sports ball. Sorry.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting noticing in the hip hop community how much a lot of the guys who, you know, particularly Eminem made his career off of talking about, like, there are so many songs where he's talked about going and killing Kim. Now, at the time, his dynamic with his ex-wife was that they found it funny because that's what they'd grown up around. It's really not healthy and not okay. He doesn't sing those songs anymore. He does not really work on anything like that anymore. And he's done songs to apologize for what he did previously. He's publicly spoken out about why it's not okay. And there's a lot of people in the hip hop community calling out that stuff, particularly Black artists, talking about how in Black American culture, there's this idea that to be a man, you have to be able to beat the shit out of everyone. That's not being a healthy man. That's not
toxic masculinity.
Exactly. And it's been really great getting to hear particularly people like Dre, who's one of the most respected people in the industry, speak out on that shit and call it out for what it is. I just wish that they'd also call each other out on their shit and be like, hey, T.I., doing virginity checks on your daughter is fucking creepy. Also, not real medicine, not how that works.
Yes. It's also not a real thing. Yes. Yeah, no. It's that when that story came out, that was just creepy as fuck. It's just like, what the fuck is going on there?
That is beyond fucking creepy. I had no idea. The worst part about that is this whole virginity check. When you look into it, it's basically to see if the hymen's still intact. And there are there are a lot of girls who were born without a hymen, to be clear. Second to that, there are so many fucking things that can break a hymen before sex ever fucking happens.
Exactly.
That is just the most ridiculous fucking thing. I cannot imagine a doctor. Oh, no, let me rephrase that. I can't imagine a doctor with good moral compass going, sure, I'll do that for you.
Yeah. And also, the other thing, you know, a hymen can be intact after sexual activity as well. It's not this impenetrable barrier. It's this not real thing that has been fucking come up with over
Exactly.
the years.
Yeah.
It's just
100%.
bullshit, and it needs to stop. But again, that is not helped by the fact that they aren't giving proper sex ed or any basic education in the US. So they're keeping people ignorant. Like in Orange is the New Black, they literally had an episode where you had the trans woman explaining to the cis women how vaginas work because they didn't understand that their urethra was separate to their vagina.
Yeah.
How do you not know that? It's
Having-
part of.
I had to give that fucking biology lesson to adult male friends.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but males is one thing, and this was a highlighting of how bad sex education in America is. This was being explained to adult females. And it's one thing to men are stupid. It's just like, but to explain to the, it's just like every time someone says like, "Oh, this man didn't know that," and I'm like, "Duh." It's just like,
I remember when I was studying evolutionary biology. Part of it, of course, was the reproductive system, and everybody's seen that diagram of the person cut in half, and it shows all of the different bits and pieces of bobs and whatnot.
Oh, it's a.
And a few people going, "Oh, hang on, wait a minute. They have a separate hole for peeing," and it's like, yeah, they've also got a separate hole for pooping. Would you believe? They've got a separate hole for eating. And a completely separate hole for breathing. They've got different holes for everything. Women are just crazy weird like that, that just used to drive me absolutely fucking bananas.
I laughed at I don't even know where I came across it. Someone who works in biology. I'm not sure if it was on TikTok or if it was something a friend sent me, but there was this clip where they were saying, what I can't get over is the fact that humans are essentially a donut because you have one hole that runs through you. And I was like, I don't need to be thinking about this. Why would you tell me this? So now you get to deal with that knowledge.
Yeah.
The part that I love is turning around to people and going, remember, before anything else, we all started out as assholes.
Yeah, that's
because
one of
the first thing that forms. Yep. We are built from the asshole up. So at some stage we were all nothing but an asshole. So, and I mean, it's one of those things that the fucking people who scream about, trans people have just got a mental illness or whatever, like people who don't believe that trans is a real thing or whatever. When they try to argue biology, is always entertainingly frustrating to me because of their complete utter, like they've gotten the tiniest little tidbit of information and they've gone, this is the holy grail, this is the silver bullet, this is what disproves everything. And it's like, you have taken that completely as a fucking quote mine, number one. Number two, out of context. And number three, you don't even understand what the fuck it means. It's the same as creationists turning around and saying that evolution violates the second law of thermodynamics. And you turn around to them and go, okay, can you tell me what the first law is? Or what the third law, fourth law, the fifth law, or what it actually all means when it's all put together, and they fucking run for the hills. And it's the same thing with these fucking apparent biology experts that say that trans people aren't going through anything real or anything like that. And they turn around and say, oh, gender's assigned at birth. And it's like, okay, at what stage of birth is gender assigned?
Yeah.
You tell me at what stage of birth, like, because there is a stage during the production process that you either get a vagina or a penis, or sometimes both, sometimes neither. But more often than not, you get a vagina or a penis. That does not assign gender, that assigns reproductive organs. That's fucking it.
And I find it really interesting when, I love the stupidity of people who tell you it's XY chromosomes. And number one, chromosomes have multiple options.
And number two, it isn't just XY or XX. There's also YY. There's also YXY, XXX, XXY. Like, fuck off with that nonsense.
Your high school biology knowledge is not the same as someone with a fucking medical degree. I have so many people that I went to. Let me rephrase that. Every person
that I went to university with is very, very trans positive. And it is mainly because of this whole fucking, it's XX or XY, it's nothing else. And we fucking know it is not.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I have to admit, one of my favorite bits recently was the stupid bullshit about the Mr. Potato Head, where Hasbro decided to rebrand. And there is one box that is the masculine. They're both just called Potato Head now. There's one that's the masculine presenting one is just called Potato Head. And there's one that's just the feminine presenting one, which is still just called Potato Head. But it's obvious from the packaging whether they present masculine or feminine. And we get the people who were upset on the internet going like, it's Mr. Potato Head. And someone saying, that's interesting. How do you know this potato is male?
Exactly.
Because he's got the name Mr. and he's got a mustache. So you support someone who names themselves in a masculine way and presents physical traits of masculinity. And if they tell you that makes them male, you back that up. And they go, yes. And they go, congratulations, my trans positive friend.
But it's like
it fucks them up when you point out how stupid what they're saying is. It's great.
I was trying to have this conversation with someone who thinks that they're trans friendly and they're not. Just not being a flat out cunt is not being supportive. It's just not being the worst.
You don't get a trophy for being a basic fucking human being.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
Abigail. That's what Angry's supposed to be doing when he's coming into a stream because he's the koi. Remember?
Yeah, I'm the koi. Yeah, that's like. Sorry, Abigail, go.
Oh, I was gonna say something completely off topic.
That's okay. I was just going to say the whole. It's like people who say it's only racism if it involves wearing a Klan hood and burning crosses and using racial epithets, and go, no, there's a fuck ton of stuff that's really racist that doesn't involve that.
Oh, that's the banality of evil.
Yes.
Not all Nazis were mustache twirling evil baddies.
Villains,
wearing an SS uniform. Some of them.
It's almost
Greg, by the way.
It's almost universal that if a person turns around and says, "I'm not a racist, but," whatever is going to come out after the word "but" is going to be extremely fucking racist.
Yeah, racist.
So I'm not racist, but I was reading a tweet by Philosophy Tube, Abigail Thorne, and she's super excited about an acting role that she's getting, but she can't tell anyone what it is. And apparently it's for a really well-known British TV show. Calling it now something Doctor Who related.
I'm hoping so.
Oh my God, that would be fucking awesome. Abigail Thorne.
Yeah, if not the Doctor herself, but maybe even a companion, that would be fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And to be clear, I fucking love Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor. I think she's fantastic.
Yeah, and I added not to be racist, but as a non sequitur.
Yes.
I'm not racist, but I really like this pizza.
I forget which comedian did that. They said they had a whole thing where they'd say to people like, I'm not racist, but I saw an interesting thing on the news last night, and people went, that's not racist. And I said, yeah, no, I said I'm not racist.
One of my favorite segue jokes. Sorry,
sorry.
One of my favorite segue jokes for the longest of times, because I was told a lot of very racist jokes by people of that race when I was a bouncer. So, I know a bunch of Lebanese jokes because the other bouncer that I work with was Lebanese.
Oh,
a lot of the people that came to the clubs were Chinese, and they tell me all of the Asian jokes and whatnot. So I crack them off. But the one that I always loved ending it with, because I've just cracked off all of these horribly racist jokes, is to look at a person and go, and what do you call a black man flying an aeroplane? I don't know. A pilot, you racist bastard.
Yeah.
It stuns me
Yeah.
though, like the amount of people who will be like, "Oh, I'm not transphobic because I think people should just live their lives." Okay, but what are you doing to actively support that? Like, are you using people's pronouns? Are you using their name? Are you correcting other people when they're being misgendered? Because if you're not actually helping. You are part of the problem. And I'm having to have that conversation a lot at the moment, which has been just exhausting. Because I've been out at work for, oh God, it'll be a year in 10 days as using they, them pronouns. Still get misgendered every day at work.
Ugh. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet my family who don't fucking see me get it right. Like my dad who doesn't see me every day gets it right. And he's known me my whole life. Whereas people who I've worked with for a few years and see me every day still fuck it up because they just don't make the effort.
I've just noticed the time, so I got to get my pale white ass in and get some work done before I go to bed.
Right.
So my love to you all. Live long and prosper.
Yeah.
Peace and long life.
Peace and long
Good night.
life. Ciao for now, guys.
So you're just saying you remind me of a funny thing. We're talking about people misgendering in a really stupid way. People are fucking thick sometimes because Mrs. Angry is a counselor, right? Mrs. Angry is a counselor.
Yep.
Sometimes I go to some of her work things. So there's other counselors and psychologists, people who, by the nature of their job, are meant to be listeners and empathetic. And so I got introduced to one of her co-workers, and and then there was someone else there, and like her name was one that's commonly shortened. I'm trying to remember it. For argument's sake, say it was Samantha. It wasn't, but I can't remember it. So she introduces herself as Samantha, and this woman goes, "Oh, it's lovely to meet you, Sam." And she went, "No, Samantha. Okay, I don't like Samantha." And this person, who's a counselor and a psychologist, is supposed to be empathetic. I'm not shitting you. 30 seconds after they were told to not say Sam, say Samantha, they called this woman Sam again. And I was sitting at the table going, what the fuck? What the fuck was that? And this was not even a gender and identity thing. It was a simple name. Someone said, "Don't call me that. I don't like it when my name's shortened like that. Call me this." And 30 fucking seconds later, this person whose profession is meant to be empathetic and listening and supportive calls them by the name they just asked not to be called. And I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck was that?
Someone didn't have their listening ears on.
Oh, it was wild.
It just doesn't shock me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's the typical thing of people. People don't listen when someone tells them something, and they just repeat their own sort of worldview. And it was like, oh my God.
I think the thing that I find exhausting is you'll get people who are like, "Oh, but just correct everyone." Yeah. Some days I don't have the mental energy to deal with having to correct someone because they don't fucking listen.
Yeah. Like I had a dude on social media mansplain to me, namely that I had said something in this conversation about my actual lived experience of something. This is a thing that actually happened. And he replied how he didn't believe that happened. That doesn't really happen in the real world. And I went, dude, not only are you mansplaining to me, you're getting it wrong because I'm another man and you're only meant to do that to women. And so and he did not get the joke at all. And I was just like, I was like, dude, no, you're only meant to mansplain. You're only meant to deny actual lived experience to women. When they talk about something that you have no understanding of, you're meant to say your opinion's more important than their lived. You don't say it to dudes, okay? You're messing it up. You only mansplain to women. And he didn't get the joke. But it's just like, all right.
That's so funny.
Fucking people, man.
I loved there was when Deadpool was coming out, like the first movie,
Mhm.
one of the comic writers and artists who'd actually worked on it, who was in line to see it, had a man try to mansplain to her Deadpool and what it was
Oh,
and what
God.
it was about.
Yes.
She's
Yeah.
like, I know! I've worked on it! You
Yes.
fucking idiot!
Yeah, it's so common. It's so
Yeah.
common in so many different fields.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
There was another good one, a woman who was one of the lead developers on a very popular, I forget what it was. It was a very popular video game, and the latest
Yes.
installment of the franchise had just come out, and she was wearing a t-shirt, and this guy started being a dick, like, because it was a very dude game, and he was like hassling, like you've probably never even played it with, and you wouldn't understand this, and it doesn't appeal to women. And she says, so after 45 seconds, I had the shits with him, so I just spoiled the ending of the game to him.
Yeah.
She said, like, I'm one of the lead developments, and character X does that, and there's a reveal that's this, and that's how it ends. Fuck you. And she-
Take
I
that.
love it.
Oh, nice.
It's one of those games that you have to play for 200
Pop
hours to
that
get to the end.
Shit. Yeah.
I love it.
And this guy
Oh.
had played about 20 hours of it, so she just ruined the game for him, which I thought was fucking great. It was just,
Yeah.
Uh,
That's just great.
What's I
So
love
shit,
that
dude.
I keep forgetting it's fucking I've just been out today, so I've been at the shops where everything's up saying about Mother's Day. I still forgot that tomorrow is Mother's Day because it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
But I laughed at like being messaging a couple of people going, "What are you up to this weekend?" They're like, "Oh, I'm doing this tomorrow. What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm gonna read an assignment and garden." Like,
yeah. Yeah.
I've got a
Living
very
your best
lazy
life.
Sunday.
Hmm. Oh my God. Sorry, I think I need to do another toilet break if we're going to keep talking for a while. I'm going to get really agitated.
Yeah,
Yeah, you just went, I've got to
I
do
did
mine.
exactly that. Oh, I was about to say, he didn't leave us introverts all by ourselves, did he? And then I realized,
Yeah, no.
you're not an introvert, are you?
No, and the cat in theory won't bounce me out tonight because he's currently attacking something somewhere else. I don't know
see.
what he's doing. But yeah, no one in the chat is adding anything at the moment either. What's happening in the
No.
chat? Who's still here? Who's still in the chat? Come on, guys. Who's awake?
You're letting us down.
But it does blow my mind when you come across people that you're just like, did you really just say that out loud? To like, as
Some
a real
people just aren't. Some people aren't self-aware. It's got to be that. Oh, Megaleech is still here,
and Rob there
and
God.
Robert.
Robot Man Greg, I can't words. Jesus.
Robot Man Greg.
I don't know what I was trying to say, but
Robot Mang Reg.
Sorry, you're picking on Robot Man Greg.
Only a little bit.
Just Greg is fine. No, I'm going to attempt and fuck it up.
Robot Mang Greg. Mang Reg.
Mang Reg.
Mang Reg.
Sorry, Greg's actually one of my oldest YouTube friends, so we're just ragging on him.
What I love is that, like, that's a really normal name. I've got a stupid name that I chose my fucking self. I can say that. I can't say a really simple name.
Oh my God, I just saw the way Megaleech broke his name up, and I love it.
Meg Ale
8. Meg Ale 8.
I love that. Yeah.
Meg Ale 8. Meg Ale Ach.
Meg Ale Ach. Yeah, that's very German if we do it that way. Meg Ale Ach. That's like a command an SS officer would yell at the troops. Meg Ale Ach.
Yes.
I laughed at so today I'd had this stupid filling that I had to get done at the dentist, and then
Yeah.
I'd gone and had my massage, and
Yeah.
my massage therapist and I just talk shit throughout my entire appointment. Like she fills me in on her life, and then I just talk about the shenanigans that is me attempting to date at the moment, which has been highly entertaining. But because I had a good date the other weekend, I was like, well, that's good. And now I'm trying to talk to other people and like trying to get people to string coherent sentences together is evidently still difficult.
Yeah.
The bar's not that high, guys. Like, OP, what
It's
are you
pretty-
doing?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just playing with ice at the moment over here. I used up one ice tray. Refill it. Get another one. So I think I know what I'm going to make another drink. Gonna make rum old fashioned. Oh my god, what's your cat doing? It's possessed. What is that?
What are you doing, sir?
Oh no, he's calmed down. When cats arch their backs and like cats do that thing like they can see a ghost or something.
Yeah.
And you're like, stop it! You're freaking me out. What the fuck's happening?
The only ghost in this house doesn't actually rock up that much. There's an older lady who does occasionally appear. The only time she's ever done something, I had rearranged the kitchen and moved the pans from under the oven to one of the cupboards near there, and literally there was no reason they should have fallen over. They kept falling over. I moved them back to the other cupboard. They stopped falling over. So I just leave the pans there. I don't know why she's got strong feelings. We're just gonna leave it.
Definitely. Oh yes, no, Megaleech. That's his Klingon name. Megaloch.
Megaloch.
Megaloch. Oh yes, Robot Man Greg. Dogs looking at corners. Dogs do a weird thing where they fixate, and I have to. I remembered one thing. My daughter, when she was very little, like when she's about 5, and so still like cute toddler talk, but she's quite articulate. And it's like, who is something where you said, and she said a name like, I'm talking about, Sandy. And I said, who's that? And she said, and she paused for a second and went, oh, it's someone at Kinder. And I said to her mother, if she had pointed to an empty chair at that point and said, that's Sandy, be like, no, I'm excommunicating this child. Where's the holy water? What the fuck? But it was just the way she said it. It was like she was talking to someone, but she was remembering someone. I said, who's that? And she said, she goes to Kinder. And I was, but I was seriously waiting for the point to an empty chair and say, she's right there. Can't you see her? And I'm like, oh no, demon child. What the fuck? Sorry.
There are so many stories of that, like of kids just being like, oh, the man who I play with in this room, there's no one there. Who are you playing with?
Oh, yeah. If you ever want to get tripped out, like do a Google search on something like creepiest thing my kid has ever said.
Yeah.
And there's a thread of parents saying all the terrifying shit their children have said. And it's just like, you look at it and go, yeah, no, I would put that child up for adoption, quite honestly.
I mean,
or call a priest.
I'm someone who falls asleep listening to horror and true crime podcasts, so I'm probably not the best judge of that. I quite literally fell asleep to a multi-part series on the true story behind the horror movie The Exorcism of Emily Rose, and they actually played the audio of her being exorcised in it, and I slept through it.
Yeah. Now, what's the line I always say is from The Exorcist? I need a young priest and an old priest. Whenever someone does something really weird, I just go, I need a young priest and an old priest. It's just like, oh no, that's fucked up. What's that?
It's the only so I've been listening to a podcast called The Magnus Archives, which is influenced by like 1940s horror radio shows. So it's not super scary, it's like classic spook kind of stuff. And Jonathan Sims, who's the writer and narrator for most of it, has a lovely voice to listen to, but he's also very good in how he writes the stories, and you can see them feeding into each other. The only episode I have not been able to listen to right before going to bed was one that was about spiders, and it's because I'm that arachnophobic. All the rest of them are so well done, though, that you just kind of, it's fine. It doesn't play on your mind too much.
Yeah.
So now, like, now that I've gotten into that, I want to catch back up on Welcome to Night Vale, and there's another horror podcast that one of my friends just sent me a link to check out, because there's some really good. That's been the one really interesting thing out of lockdown is like there's been so many podcasts. It's actually hard to find the right kind of podcast now. There's too many.
Yeah. Sorry, you just remind me of a very silly joke I've seen on Facebook that cracked me up. I've seen it a couple of times recently. It's like, someone like talking Call of Cthulhu saying, "This book is an abomination that will destroy humanity." And the response is, "Atlas Shrugged? Are you talking about Atlas Shrugged?" And no, it's a tale of madness that is twisted beyond the ability for humans to understand. You go, yeah, Atlas Shrugged.
Atlas Shrugged, yeah.
And the Call of Cthulhu just keeps saying these things about abomination and madness. And the person is like, Atlas Shrugged. I know what you're talking about. I've seen the book.
I love that. I was having a laugh with a friend about like some of the occult books that are out there. Because obviously you've got like the nerdy stuff that's necromancy, which is, the Necronomicon to do with Cthulhu and necromancers in D&D and all that kind of stuff. And then you've got the people who are like, and in the occult, and then there's blood magic, and you can do this. And it's like, even if I believed that that was a thing that could happen, why would I want to do that? Ever?
Yes. It's all a bit weird. Sorry, I'm just looking for some good bitters here. Which bitters will I use? Negroni bitters.
The bitter realization of your existential existence.
Yes.
I have one that's called the bitter truth. So I have another one that's the maker's called bitter old bastards. So
I like that.
So I've got a few. What's that? Chocolate bitters. Oh no, this is the one I want. The tiki bitters, because I'm making a rum drink. So I've got tiki bitters. Making a rum old fashioned with my banana sugar syrup I made. Recent discovery, banana sugar syrup. There's so much water in banana skins, or like when you have a banana, when you peel it, if you put it in a bowl and cover it with sugar, the sugar leaches all the water out of the banana peel and turns into a syrup. So you then have this nice banana flavored syrup for drinks. And Mrs. Angry, because I was doing that, she started looking up things to do with banana peels. She found this thing that was described as banana bacon, where you season banana peel and then fry it as a bacon substitute. So we're actually going to try that to see what it's like.
Oh God, good luck. The one that I've seen that I think her name's Tabitha Brown. She's someone who she's done some acting and she does vegan food because she's had health issues, but for her eating vegan food has helped her health. But she's also like, not trying to force it on anyone. She's just like, if you're going to try vegan food, let's make it really tasty. These are some recipes that are tasty. But she does carrot bacon, which is
yes, no, I've heard of carrot bacon. Yes,
yeah, she slices it quite uses a peeler to peel it quite thin, and covers it in like liquid smoke and a bunch of different spices and herbs, and then air fries it. So eventually, when I can be bothered to justify the money on an air fryer, I want to try that because it sounds.
I have an air fryer.
I'm just every time I see them, they're not on sale, and I refuse to spend that much money on one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What there's a fun YouTube channel, and I've met the woman behind it once. It's called How to Cook That, whatever. And she started off, it was just a cooking channel, baking channel. But in the last couple of years, she's particularly gotten into debunking stupid shit in viral videos that just doesn't work. And she's very good. But she did one recently, like, is an air fryer worth it? And she's showing how to cook various things, you know, air fryer versus convection oven versus, and she showed actually quite conclusively, if you're going to use the air fryer, it pays for itself in terms of the energy it saves. It pays for itself within 2 years. So if you're actually going to use it, it's actually a good thing because it uses so much less energy than a convection oven.
I cook
how much you save. Pays for itself.
Anything like oven fried chips, or even like for Will, like he really likes those chicken strip things.
Yes.
In an air fryer, they're amazing. I hand make my own chips sometimes in the air fryer. I've cooked salmon in the air fryer. It's amazing. It's so good.
Here's my tip for not just air fryer chips, for any chips, but with your potato, chop up the chips. Actually, no. Boil the potato. Don't boil it to the point where you'd mash it, but boil it so it's just started to go soft. And then when you can take it out and cool it, cut that into chips and do that, and that's awesome.
Counterpoint: steaming instead of boiling potato is faster, and it doesn't leach as much out of the potato. Of the what little nutrients potato has.
Yes. Yeah, but if you steam it or boil it, you've partially cooked it. And then if you chop it into chips and either fry it or air fry it, it crisps the outside and the inside goes like mashed potato.
Oh, nice.
Oh my God, it's so fucking good.
Okay. I'm going to give that a try next time I make chips.
Yeah. Just steam them or boil them for a bit first, then chop them into chips. And also, because Abigail is going to come over for the live stream. Last time Abigail came out, last 2 times Abigail came over for the live stream, I got her really drunk. So this one, a rum old fashioned with my banana syrup in it. So it's rum and sugar syrup and a dash of bitters. Oh my God, it's so fucking good. It's so good. Yum. Oh my God, that's such a good drink. Sorry, I'm just making vaguely sexual noises about my drink.
Oh good.
You'll have to excuse me. That's okay. At least I hope you'll excuse me. I can't force anyone to for being creepily aroused by my drink. But,
so I had to laugh as you were stirring before and making the clinking. Opie was looking around, just like, where is there a drink?
Where's that coming from? Yeah.
Cats.
I had a drink that, not a drink, a game on my mobile that made these it was cat noises. It was like when it was a block thing, and when you got a successful thing, it made these little meow noises, and it has at various times has made both my cats going, the fuck is that? What? I don't recognize that. Who the fuck? Who's in the house? What the fuck? And it's like, no, it's just my phone, which of course the cats don't understand. So, but that's okay. It's weird. So, Greg's a potato lover. I wish I could remember how I did this thing. An ex-girlfriend of mine. This was ages ago, like 30 years ago. We would do this thing with potatoes where we'd partially bake them in the oven so they were partially cooked, and then cut them open, and because the skin was still on the potato, and then you cut these strips and then bake them, and then cover them in cheese and bacon and bake them again. So basically we were cooking it 3 times in 3 different ways, and you just end up with this absolutely just over the top decadent snack. And it was like a weekend thing we'd do because it took like an hour to do. You had to spend all this time doing it. And we showed someone else once, this guy who's a fair bit of a hippie. And when we showed him the fact that it was like basically cooking the potato 3 times, he's going, that seems really energy inefficient. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Oh, God.
Shut the fuck up, you hippie fuck. What the fuck? And because it was like, it's not like he was wrong, but it was like, shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shut up. I couldn't actually argue him on logic, but I could just go, shut up, shut up. Shut
Yeah. Stop yucking my yum, man.
Yeah, because and I don't even remember. This is weird. I don't remember exactly what we did. I just remember it was just the most decadent sort of Sunday brunch thing we would do.
I made really good mashed potato last night. I've normally because you always boil your potatoes to make mashed potato. I'd never really seasoned the water that much more than just like salting the water.
Yeah.
But thought, I've seen a few things about seasoning it with stock, so we'll just try that. Seasoned it with chicken stock. Oh my gosh. It was so good. And then just when I made the mashed potato, just made it cheesy.
Yeah.
And then put a bit of supreme gravy on top.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
Oof, that sounds good. But it's even like rice, like white rice, cook rice in chicken stock rather than water. And it's great. Fantastic. But I've been getting spoiled because like I'm doing the meal replacement stuff, the low calorie stuff. And these guides basically said vegetables don't count. If you want to eat vegetables as well, just eat them because vegetables are so low calorie. Just do it. So like Mrs. Angry's been making these really good soups. We had one day. Oh, we picked up because it was a recommendation in one of these recipes, smoked paprika. And it was like, okay, get smoked paprika is so fucking good.
The depth of flavor you get.
Paprika on popcorn.
Yes, paprika generally is good, but this smoked paprika, and it's just from the supermarket. It's not from anywhere special. It's a little thing of smoked paprika is so like there's this vegetable soup. She like cooks. It's like onion and cauliflower and all the vegetables, and then puree it so it's like a pureed soup, and then you serve it up and sprinkle this smoked paprika on top. Oh my God, it's so fucking good. And I'm not a vegetable eater. And so whenever she makes something, she's like, I don't know if you'll like this. And I'm like, give it to me. I'm eating it. It's like the mashed cauliflower we've been having has been so good. I'm just in fucking, it's great. I'll have to show off the soup crackers at one point because one of the meal replacement things is powdered soup. Like you're meant to add it to water. And Mrs. Angry had it, and she said, this is actually shit. This is not good soup. And then she saw on like a Facebook group, someone said, oh, what you can do with the powdered soup, because it's actually shit soup, but you actually just put a little bit of water with it, and it makes a paste. And then you spread it really thin on baking paper in the oven and bake it, and then chop it up, and you have crackers. It's like soup crackers, which sounds kind of awful, but he's actually really nice.
Yeah.
And we had soup. I had soup crackers for dinner, and it's just like these really, really crunchy, savory crackers that are also fit in with the very low calorie diet thing I'm doing. So it's like, excellent. I'm just sitting here eating a bowl of crackers, and I get to claim it's healthy. It's like, great. Cool. Great.
I laughed at because I've been laughing at like the weirdness of gender affirming clothing and stuff with some non-binary friends, and come to my realization of that I was wearing like really pretty feminine underwear and then like dressing like a lumberjack and being like, fuck, I've turned into Eric Idle from Monty Python.
Yeah. But honestly, when you describe that, I'm going, that's pretty hot, actually. That's pretty hot. A lumberjack with lacy underwear, pretty hot. So,
and it's so funny because it's something that like I just did thinking it was comfortable, and then I was like trying to be like, so what? Because like anytime that I'm going through something that I'm like, this is gender affirming, I'm like, why? Why is that gender affirming? I want to understand where my brain's going. And then when I realized that it's fucking Monty Python, I'm like, Jesus Christ, is everything that's gender affirming from shit that I watched growing up that I'm like, this is not what gender is. This is just so out of that. It's like so many of my AFAB non-binary friends have like this real draw to like a piratey aesthetic, and it's like, but we want to be perceived as like men who are presenting as soft boys, not as girls who are dressing masculinely. It's a very different vibe, and I'm like, yeah, we want to be Hal from Hal's Moving Castle, not Ruby Rose, who's annoying, and not how I. She's problematic.
I know so many people who are just like annoyed at Ruby Rose for one reason or another.
Yeah,
it was really problematic years ago.
She says really fucked up shit occasionally.
Yeah, I've stopped listening to her years ago because she was toxic as fuck and problematic when she was on, I think it was MTV or whatever she was on.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
she's also a really bad actress. Actor.
I try to cut her a bit of slack because the whole Hollywood world is weird and fucked up and turns you into a fucked unit, and the way the media report it is not fair. But she does definitely say some. And again, actually, kind of related to Ruby Rose, and not that anyone who goes for this style particularly gives a shit what I think, but Soft Butch, hot as fuck.
Yeah.
Honestly. Soft Butch is fucking hot. I'm just throwing it out there.
But and like I laughed at because like I've always felt like I don't pass as queer, and it's been very weird finding like as I find outfits and things that I find comfortable and feel gender affirming, I've noticed that I'm being perceived as more queer by society, and I'm like, but why? Why is this a queer uniform? Like, it's so bizarre. I don't get it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but that's the thing. Sometimes when you're just being yourself and you realize something like that's happening, you're going, oh, okay. I also, again, the thing I was saying earlier, like I bought this shirt and all these other shirts, and now I get all these super gay ads on Facebook. And I'm like,
which is just great.
Yeah, I'm fine. That's cool.
I love that. I wish I had gay men ads. I get shit like
just search caftans for men, and I think you're going to get a bunch of super gay ads on.
Bro, I did just get an ad. I just opened up Facebook to see what I'd get, and the first ad I've got is Dan Murphy's Crystal Head Vodka in Pride, and it's like,
oh god,
oh wow, I want that, but I'm not paying that price tag.
No, I'm a super like. Woke brands are not your friend. They're just not. And look, it's better than nothing. When brands do something woke, okay, it's better than nothing.
Okay,
but
so yeah, Absolute are I've got an Absolute Pride bottle, and I had to buy it at the time. And I'm looking at this Crystal Head vodka, and I'm like, oh, really? But you're right. It's rainbow capitalism, and it's fake.
Yeah. No, woke brands aren't your friend. But again, Crystal Head, I have 2 Crystal Head decanters. I bought them. They were on special when I bought them. I only bought them because they were on special, but I wanted the bottle. Yeah. But it's a good vodka. It's a good sipping vodka. Crystal Head is a good sipping vodka. And I got the Alien Head vodka. Same deal. I just wanted it for the bottle, and it was on special one day. And I looked at the price of it compared to other vodkas, and I go, okay, there's about a $10 premium. Do I think that bottle's worth $10? Yes, I do. I do. That bottle's worth $10.
That's the thing. Like, if Crystal Head put that vodka at a sale price, and I could justify it for the cost of the bottle, which is what I would be buying it for, because I'm not a huge vodka drinker. Yeah, I'd buy it just for the bottle because it's pretty. but I'm also probably not going to. But it's
Yeah.
things like even Levi's do it. Like Levi's brought out pronoun stuff this year for Pride, which I was like, that's great. But I could also just go to Savers and buy a secondhand denim jacket and do it my fucking self.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Crystal Head I get just for the bottle. And I've got 2 of the full-size decanters, and I got some little ones I got at duty free. They're about this big. They have about 50 mils of the vodka in them, but they're still these neat little skulls. And I'm like, yeah. So I've got. It's such a cliche, but I've got so many different skull. I've got from the little Crystal Head ones to these ones that hold about 250 mils, and they're just from $2 shops. And then I've got 500 mils, and then I've got the Crystal Head 700 mil ones, and then I've got one big one that holds about a liter. So I've got 6 different size skull decanters or bottles.
At the very least, you don't have a bunch of skulls in the background.
No, I don't. But there,
Yeah.
I have a lot of skulls
Hanging with your fedora, with your trilby hanging on it.
Yeah, and I'm
Yeah.
totally okay with anyone saying that's a sad fucking cliche and whatnot. Was it? It's skull bottles, man. Skull bottles are cool. So yeah. So I was just scrolling through Facebook again to see if I could get any of the really gay ads to come up, and I'm just getting. I'm getting a bunch of ads for booze. So
yeah,
like,
my ads were some Kickstarters for games, which I was like, yeah, fair, because D&D shit. And then it was just, here's some witchy clothing, and I'm like, yes, but can I have some gay shit in my feed, please?
Where's my gay shit?
Yeah, it's all just like, would you like to buy something from IKEA? No, I was looking at IKEA to try and figure out whether or not they still stocked a particular jar, because I damaged part of it and was like, can I be bothered going to IKEA to replace it? That doesn't mean advertise to me. I looked at it once. Go away.
Yeah. So I love how much gay shit gets advertised to me on Facebook. But I'm scrolling through because I want to show all the really gay clothing items, and they're not showing up. Fuck you, Facebook. Fuck you. It's just,
Here, a first ad on my app is alcohol. You can't even see it because of the. Let's see if I can see cocktails.
Yeah.
My first ad. Liquorland, second ad. Office Works, third ad.
Yeah.
Which is fair, because like I'm on stationary groups. And then BetterHelp, which is a scam therapy system. It's been called out for being fraudulent and having issues with their therapists not being licensed and all that kind of thing.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just scrolling through Facebook, and the only ads are about booze. Which, okay, I'm on board. I'm on board with just getting a bunch of booze ads on Facebook, but none of the clothing ads are coming up. So, like, fuck you, Facebook. But yes, okay.
You need to start talking about caftans and let the mic pick it up.
Yeah, no. I'm because this is weird. Okay, the last lot of shirts I ordered, I thought, because I'm doing the weight loss thing at the moment with the low calorie stuff, I thought I'm going to order shirts that will actually be too small for me. So I'll be very excited when I fit them. So they're from a Chinese website. So I just said XL size, because there's no way XL is going to fit me. I need like 3XL to fit me at the moment. And they arrived, and I went, oh, aspirational shirts. But then I went, wait a minute. And I put them on. And I went, why are these shirts fitting me? Because normally on it, when you order stuff from
from a Chinese website. If it's XL, it fits a 14-year-old, and it's like, but the last ones, they all fit me. They all, like this one, it fucking fits me. So I'm just going to be fashion parading for the next couple of weeks of all the shirts I've been buying off Facebook ads with. This one's not particularly sicky. Look, okay. Now I feel compelled. I'm going to show you the shirts because I wash them because I worry that they've got like formaldehyde or something on them when they come from these Chinese things. But I wash them. They're hanging up. I'm going to get them. I'll show them. Just a sec.
Sure.
Oh goodness! In a second, I'm probably after we've seen some shirts, I'll run away because I'm getting tired.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So these two just arrived this week. So this one,
They are flamboyant, and I love them.
I
I
love
love them. They're like got cats
Ooh,
on them.
Starbursts.
It's like 60s cats, and this one's a very sort of 60s retro look.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I've got there's another 3 that are still supposed to arrive in the next week or so. So I'm just going to be fashion parading for the next couple of weeks with these shirts.
Yep.
I love it.
And that's why I get because I bought shirts like this. I get super gay ads on Facebook now. So yeah. I didn't even think they were particularly gay shirts, but apparently Facebook thinks they're very gay. So okay.
How can a shirt be gay?
I don't know, but I bought these shirts and then I get ads with these super sort of hairy buff bear dudes wearing caftans and spreading their legs. And I'm like, okay, apparently.
I'm buying men's plaid shirts. Where are my men on my feed?
Also, utility kilts, Silumi. Search just go on Facebook and search for kilts because the ads I get for kilts are these leather kilts and they're these bare-chested dudes with their thighs coming out the side of their kilt and whatnot. So it's just like,
It's like with
Facebook.
TikTok algorithms. I've got friends who are just like, "Oh, have you seen these really hot men, chopping wood?" And I'm there like, "No, I've got a bunch of kink men showing me how to tie shibari rope up and a bunch of nerdy guys headbanging to fucking emo." That's
Oh my god. Clapping for chlamydia. Where do you find an Australian mate? Depends what you mean by an Australian
what kind of mate?
You mean like us, like being friends and chatting to you? Or do you mean like, an Australian daddy who's going to sort of...
Because if it's one of those, I can't help you. I'm still trying to find one.
No. I'm sorry. Why do our chats get... We just degenerate into smut all the time?
I laughed at... I realized after I'd commented, "I shall leave that to your imagination." Don't, because my imagination is fucking filthy.
Yeah.
I
honestly, I think clapping for chlamydia knows our imagination is filthy. That's why they're saying leave it to your imagination. So
I stumbled across this shibari tutorial on how to tie like a wrist bind that's not super tight on your wrist because I have trauma that means I don't like pressure on my wrists. I don't wear stuff around my wrist. I wear my watch quite high up because I can't have things on my wrist. And I laughed because my first reaction was like, "Oh, cool." So I like commented on it to this creator going, "Oh, that's awesome. Like, this is something I'm going to have to try." And then realized that was a bad idea because then I had some random guys trying to message me on TikTok going, "Oh," and I was like, block. Like, no, me saying to a creator who is showing something, "Oh, this is great, thank you," should not lead to random people I don't know being like, "Yes, random Australian, I'll shag you," because I'm going, "No, you won't."
Yeah.
Why a man?
Why men?
One of the funniest things I've seen someone I'm friends with on Twitter who does a lot of cam work and
she's very subby, and she goes like, "Oh God," and she's American, and she's mid-20s, and she, "Oh God," occasionally I have like these 19, 20-year-old guys saying they're a dom and they're going to teach me.
Oh,
It's like, and she's
that's
like,
so ridiculous.
and it's in America, and she's going, "Dude, you can't even buy me a drink. What the fuck?"
Yeah.
Because they're not even, regarded as an adult. And she's just like, "No, dude, fuck off. What the? I don't need a 19, 20-year-old saying he's going to be my daddy. I just don't. Okay, that's
No.
just not a thing. That's not a thing." But yes, okay.
I have been kind of laughing though with a friend. I somehow comparing the different apps like Hinge, Bumble, Tinder, and all that.
Yeah.
Because obviously Tinder is a lot more like smutty and mostly for hookups.
Yeah.
So I just was like, it can't be worse than just existing as someone socialized female. So, but it's been quite entertaining because like there's some guys who genuinely will like match with you but then not converse. What do you think's going to happen? I don't understand.
That's just epidemic across a lot of dating apps. People who match, say hello, and then never ever talk again.
Yeah, it's so bizarre.
Never reply. It's why are you here?
Oh, and I loved the audacity of a couple of guys that like I'd been busy in the last week, and I've had a couple who had messaged me and I just hadn't responded to them because I've been busy. You're not my priority. I don't even know you. And then when you say respond to them, they're just like, "Oh, well, you finally responded," and it's like, I have a life, right? Like, fuck off.
Yeah.
Like, slow down.
Yep. Sorry, I'm so glad that the last time I was dating was like 15 years ago, and nothing like Tinder or anything existed. So it was like RSVP. I actually met Mrs. Angry through RSVP, where you had to put a little bit of effort in and send messages and respond and reply, and oof.
Yep.
But I think I would fucking shoot myself if I was relying on modern dating apps.
I mean, I'm doing all right.
I have no idea how to date anymore or to find people. I just have no idea anymore.
How does that work? I have an idea. I'm just winging it.
Yeah. So I'm like, to Mrs. Angry, please don't get sick of me because I would just be I would be fucked.
Yeah.
If I was cast out into the world on my own at the moment, I would be fucked. Please tell me the things I need to do so you don't just get sick of me. Which A is a joke because we actually have a very good relationship. But B is also a real thing. It's a real thing. Like, please don't cast me aside because the modern dating world is a horrible wasteland. It's kind of like, I feel like Mad Max at the start of Fury Road with, it's hard to tell who was crazy, me or everyone else. And it's just like, I would be that. I would be Mad Max cast into the wasteland, just like, no, I can't function. I'm suffering from PTSD and I can't relate to other people. Sorry. It's too much. So
yeah.
So
I'm gonna head off. I'm getting really tired.
Yeah, I'm about to run away.
It's 1 a.m.
Yeah.
We survived to 1 a.m. and we managed
2 nights in a row.
Yeah, we managed to get super spuddy for the last half hour, 45 minutes. So I think that's given the punters what they wanted. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're all going to come back with our fursuits, and I don't know how to do a snake.
I'm just gonna buy some shibari rope so that next time I'm on a live stream, I can maybe start tying myself up.
I have some.
See where
I have
things-
some.
There we go.
Yeah, yeah. Did you see? Okay, so I was joking around with Stella, but I've got this book just sitting on my. I can't show you the pictures because I don't want to get
I'll my
angry.
YouTube channel
Yeah.
checked out. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But it has very descriptive pictures.
Yeah.
On how, it's actually a really, really good resource for it. Before you're even tying your first knot, it's got like pages and pages of safety tips and consent and all
Yeah.
that. So
Always
Yes.
have scissors on hand.
yes.
All right. So good night, everyone who's still
Live
hanging
long
out.
and prosper.
Richie Edge. See you all. Yeah, actually Sunday night. I'll be back for Sunday night.
Cool.
But for whatever, take care, you fabulous folks. We'll see you again later.